ఉన్నాడా మీరు మాట్లాడి ఆడియో అనిపిస్తుందా
మనం మాట్లాడేది అంత అంటారు చూసిన
అపచర్ తిప్పుతాం అనుకుంటున్నాను.
రికరింగ్స్ వస్తాయి
అసలే అందుకనే చూస్తున్నాను.
నేను కూడా పెంచుతాను.
Good morning, everyone.
అవును వస్తలేదు.
Before we start, a few general instructions. I request all of you to please keep up your mobile phones on silent. If you could take a minute, put your phones on silent or vibrate mode. As a gesture of respect to our eminent speakers, kindly avoid leaving the auditorium in between sessions. In case of a fire, please do assemble in the lobby and there will be a person designated to escort you out. Good morning and welcome to SYNERGIZE. Do you know that sustainability was one of the most searched terms in the fashion industry in 2019? In September 2020, in the United States of America, climate change was Googled more number of times than Game of Thrones. One more interesting fact. Between February 2022 and Feb 2023, LinkedIn job postings requiring at least one green skill or an ESG skill have grown by a median of 15%, and the hiring rate of those people have grown by 29% or higher. Public interest in ESG and related fields. There are umpteen profiles on social networks like Instagram that talk about sustainability, sustainable lifestyle, conscious living. This surely does point to a positive change in the way we humans want to live, even if a lot of information is being shared by WhatsApp, TikTok and Instagram. However, it is important that all of us have access to more solid information, a sense of inclusive collaboration, and an understanding of policies and how they are executed. If all this is made part of the awareness, then environmental sustainability can be a living reality. And gatherings like this is a big step in that direction. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shraddha Narayanan, and I welcome you to SYNERGIZE Conclave. As any event, it would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. I would like to thank our sponsors, Greenco and SCCA. May we please have the audio visual of our gold sponsor, Greenco.
Climate change is one of the biggest crises challenging humanity today, and Greenco is committed to tackling this crisis. This has also given India an opportunity to achieve global decarbonization. Under the leadership of the Indian Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, India has accelerated policy reforms and renewable energy capacity additions, leading to a change in the nation's energy mix. India's unique geographical advantage presents us with the potential to produce large quantities of reliable, on-demand and cost-effective renewable energy. Greenco is one of the world's leading energy transition and decarbonization solutions company with a diversified portfolio of assets across 15 states with an operational capacity of 7.3 gigawatt, which will increase to 10 gigawatt by 2025. Greenco is also developing intelligent renewable energy storage platforms with energy storage capacities of 50 gigawatt hours by 2025 and 100 gigawatt hours by 2027. Greenco is enabling energy disruption and deep decarbonization in hard-to-abate sectors with the green molecule solutions. For the first time globally, Greenco offers a full suite of integrated decarbonization solution stack across industries to help them become fully green. By leveraging its energy storage solutions, Greenco will be lower. Greenco is establishing electrolyzer gigafactories and green ammonia production for export. Greenco is focused on playing an essential role in energy transition and building decarbonization solutions Our unique position will help achieve reliable, affordable, sustainable, and clean energy.
May we have a round of applause for our gold sponsors, Inco. I would also like to thank our silver sponsors, SCCL. May we have the audio visual for our silver sponsors, please.
Only for its highest ever growth in turnover and profits, but also for its eco-friendly mining and environmental sustainable activities all these years. SCCL has been implementing bio-reclamation and plantation programs in large scale on overburdened dumps of open cost mines. A venue plantation is taken up in colonies, offices and both the sides of coal belts. The black plantation is taken up in vacant lands, etc. So far, about 6.75 crores of plants are planted in an area of 14,118 hectares. Dust suppression methods are implemented 24/7 in every mine. 19 continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations are arranged around all open cast mines to monitor the air pollution around the cloud. 26 fog cannons, 4 mechanical road sweepers are also in use in CHPs for coal dust suppression and cleanliness. For eco-friendly transport of coal, a 54-kilometer long railway lane is laid in a record time from Kottagudem to Sattupalli mines in collaboration with South Central Railway. 13 numbers of sewage treatment plants are arranged to treat sewage water from colonies. And 28 numbers of effluent treatment plants, 48 numbers of parks and 99 gardens are maintained in company areas. Mine opening and also mine closure plans are meticulously implemented. Plantation programs like Telangana Andhra Pradesh, Vrikshamitra Abhiyan are extensively taken up, involving all the employees and their children. SCCL also took initiative to establish 300 megawatt capacity solar power plants in vacant places of company in 6 districts. So far, the company has erected 9 plants with a total capacity of 224 megawatt, and the remaining 76 megawatt capacity plants are under construction. Another innovative eco-friendly measure taken up by SYNERGIZE is extracting sand from the overburden material. 3 processed OB plants are established on the banks of open cast mines where the soil-like overburden material is processed in different stages and finally to get the sand-like material. This sand is used for sand stowing in UG mines. This has brought company the prestigious Golden Peacock Innovative Award for the year 2017.
May I request a round of applause for our silver sponsors, SCCL. It's my pleasure now to welcome Amala Akkineni Daru to the stage, please, to deliver her welcome address. Amala Akkineni uses her celebrity voice to support reputed NGOs and government agencies to reach out to people, passionately promoting social change in issues ranging from animal welfare, wildlife conservation, environment protection and child welfare, women's empowerment and HIV awareness. She's the co-founder and chairperson, Blue Cross of Hyderabad, a non-profit society working for the welfare of animals since 1993 that has extended care to over 500,000 sick, injured and abused animals from the street. She is currently a board member for the United Way of Hyderabad team. For the last 5 years, Amala ma'am has been the director of Annapurna College of Film and Media, a private, unaided college promoted by Annapurna Studios to advance education and skills for the media industry. A round of applause for Amala Akkineni Daru.
Good morning. I'm honored to welcome you all for day 2 of SYNERGIZE, the Environmental Sustainability Conclave hosted by United Way of Hyderabad. When people gather together to discuss the environment, it is truly historic. We had an enlightening evening yesterday, inaugural session, where Mr. Ratnesh Jha, Executive Director, United Nations Global Compact, gave us insights on how UNGC is driving globally what the potential is for collaboration with them. Mr. Eric Solheim, former UN Under-Secretary General, joined us virtually and congratulated the Telangana government for its initiatives to mitigate climate change. And Dr. Rajat Kumar, Special Secretary, Special Chief Secretary of Environment, as well as reasons to celebrate in the state's journey towards environmental sustainability. United Way of Hyderabad, for those of you who were not here yesterday, I am deeply honored to be associated with United Way Hyderabad, which is a secular, non-partisan, non-political, non-profit, non-governmental, national organization dedicated to improving the lives of people by identifying and addressing long-term needs of the community. We have a mission to promote and encourage by developing lives, aspiring the community to be better by working with them together. We have a mandate to act as an intermediary between the corporate and development sector, promoting corporate social responsibility and working as a catalyst to increase the flow of resources from parts of society for community and social development projects. Our focus area has 4 verticals: education, livelihoods and empowerment, health and well-being, and of course environment and sustainability. United Way of Hyderabad is part of a 140-year-old global non-profit network, United Way Worldwide. We have a pan-India presence covering 7 chapters across the country. The Hyderabad chapter was established in 2010, and the United Way Hyderabad is led by a group of honorary governing board the pictures were supposed to come up, but a very renowned governing board, all of you whom you will recognize, many of them who are present here today. There we are. And the board includes leaders from IT, pharma, film industry, and creates a platform for civil society to channel resources, skills, and network to solving social issues. United Way of Hyderabad's work is structured in 4 areas: education, access to health, employment, and entrepreneurship development, as well as environmental sustainability. In order to do that, the organization has also undertaken disaster response and rebuilding activities for major calamities like cyclones and floods. Over the last 12 years of community work, United Way of Hyderabad has reached over 100 million lives. As you know, India is one of the most vulnerable countries to the effects of climate change. We have experienced and we will continue to experience the devastating consequences of extreme weather, whether it is heat waves, droughts, floods, or even new vectors of disease, as we've seen with the pandemic. These events are not only causing widespread damage amongst a host of alarming issues, they are also displacing millions of people and threatening food security. We can't afford to wait any longer to take action, lest we be accused of lip service, as yesterday the speakers were concerned about. We need to transition to clean energy, to a clean energy economy, and invest in sustainable infrastructure. We also need to protect our forests, our green cover, and all our natural resources. The conclave is an important opportunity, and I commend you for your participation, that we have come together to share ideas and how to address these challenges. I am confident that by working together we can build a more sustainable future. We've also gathered to dive deeper into the challenges we pondered yesterday, listening to experts who are policymakers, funders, industry representatives, as well as academia. We will hear about how green financing is feeding innovation, ecosystems of climate solutions. We will ponder over the real-life challenges making circular economy succeed. We will also listen to and discuss weighing methodologies for decarbonization. Please stay back for the 2 master classes planned especially for you: maximizing the impact of business responsibility and sustainability reporting, and navigating carbon market regulations. In order to launch today's agenda, we'd like to begin with a pledge for greening the earth. On the occasion of the conclave, United Way of Hyderabad has launched Mission Million Trees. We have planted 1 tree in your honor. The sapling will grow and hopefully contribute to mitigating climate change. We encourage you to grow this campaign and support us to reach the goal of 1 million trees. You can do so by scanning the QR code on your table in front of you. Last but not the least, let me recognize all the United Way of Hyderabad team, the dedicated team who are here to support all of you, make your decisions and clarify your understanding so we can take this mission forward. And let us send out our gratitude to the millions of people who have worked through non-governmental organizations for the past 40 or 50 years trying to bring this issue to light. While we can't reverse the damage, we can at least pledge that we can do our bit, what is in our control, locally, sustainably, and live without regret. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amla Garu, for your welcome address and shedding light on the inspiring work that United Way of Hyderabad engages in. I would now like to call the CEO of United Way of Hyderabad, Rekha Srinivasan, to introduce the fireside chat on green finance as an enabler for sustainable development. Rekha is an experienced CEO with over 25 years of work in social sector space. She is skilled in NGO management, fundraising and project operations. She is passionate about the rights of vulnerable and livelihoods of the poor. She has a wide experience in large-scale project evaluations, program design, and has worked on several forward-looking documents for donors and academic institutions. She is a social development professional with Masters of Art in Mass Communication and Media Studies with a special interest in development communication from Bangalore University. She also holds a certification in reporting mechanisms to UN treaty bodies, legal rights of women, and advocacy skills. Please welcome Rekha Srinivasan.
Good morning all, and nice to see you all here in spite of all the weather conditions outside, eagerly waiting to be part of the discussion that we have. We really hope to engage each one of you in a conversation through the panel discussions that have been planned for today and also through the master class. And we begin the first one with something that is more central to any intervention that we want to take up in the environment sustainability space. This is about green financing. Green financing is, in a very simple terminology, understood as any structured financial activity that is taken up to promote sustainable environment. The concept actually started almost 50 years ago. People have been talking about it. I think it's only in the last 10-15 years that we see a lot more structure to the way funds are being channelized towards activities that need to promote environment sustainability. And today's panel, as part of the panel discussion, they are going to discuss about how it is being done, the current trends that are there, and some of the challenges and also solutions that are available. We have two eminent personalities who would be part of it. We have Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, who is Principal Secretary IT and Information Technology, Government of Telangana, also Board Advisor of United Way Hyderabad, part of the panel. Joining him will be Prashant Prakash ji, partner Axel Partners. He is one of the I think most of you would have heard about him in the context of ACT grant that was set up during COVID, very quickly turning around a pool of funds to promote interventions, promote actually activities, especially supporting startups and industries in making things available that was required for each one of us to battle the COVID pandemic. I think beyond that, there is a lot of other work that is being done under his leadership. He is also board member of United Way of Bengaluru, one of our channel partners. You will hear more about them from the Shraddha, who will introduce you more formally. I think what is important, why we feel this topic is important for each one of us sitting here is, all of us are engaged in some kind of financial decisions that are related to, environment sustainability activity. It could be the CSR grants that you all are managing, or ESG grants that we are managing, or our interest in investing in social startups, or even regular startups which are looking at technology solutions. These could be incubated in academic institutions or in places like T-Hub, where innovations are being promoted. As you are making these decisions, I think it's very important for us to understand kinds of instruments that are available, tools through which actually these grants could be made, these finances could be made available for such initiatives. Three sectors predominantly need this kind of fund: private sector, public sector, and also non-profits. So we were, through this panel, organizations, private, public and non-profit, can be benefited from various financial instruments that can come for environment sustainability activities. So Shraddha, please come over, and looking forward to an engaging conversation with you all.
May I please request Prashant Prakash Garu and Jayesh Ranjan Garu to please come on stage and start the fireside chat. A warm round of applause for both our speakers, please.
Very good morning to all. Great to be here in Hyderabad. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to have this fireside chat with Jayesh Garu. Just to kick it off, Jayesh, I think, at a macro level, this whole financing thing is a humongous task for the country. We are talking about 10 trillion between now and 2017, right? And just to give you a thing of where we are currently getting in about $1 to $2 billion a month, right? So even if you think of it as $20-30 billion a year, we still have a long way to go. And if we have to bring in momentum into this whole decarbonization and into this, enable both entrepreneurship, innovation, and corporates to move in this direction, I think we have a long way to go. So maybe we'll first, I wanted to maybe first chat about who are the players in this, where is capital coming from? So maybe you can, so for example, you have banks, you have NBFCs, you have multilateral organizations, so maybe just you can say what are some of the sources of capital and who are the players?
So, morning everyone, morning Prashant Garu. Great to interact with you and share this platform. So you mentioned that it's a humongous challenge, and you mentioned 2070, but it is an even bigger challenge for entities who want to advance their net zero target. So 2070, I'm sure all of you know, the reference is made because our national government has committed that net zero for India will be achieved by 2070. But many people, including us in Telangana, feel that we can do it faster. There are many things that we have done in the last 9 years. The groundwork has been done in a reasonable way. We have identified what can also give us quicker results. And I don't want to formally announce what our state's targets are, but our targets are far ahead of what the Honorable Prime Minister has committed in the last COP for the country as such. And therefore the financing requirements become even more because we want to do it at least 2-3 decades before the national goal. But I would also like to share something. In fact, we all saw the video of Singareni Colliery. So coal sector, as you know, they are one of the biggest emitters of carbon. And it's also ironical that a sustainability summit is being sponsored by a coal company. But at the same time, we also found that they have done many things to mitigate. Of course, it's not that they have stopped coal mining. Maybe they're doing more and more mining because the demand for coal continues to exist. But they're mitigating it in various other ways. Now, one source of funding which we typically fail to recognize are your own internal accruals. And I'll give you a real example since I deal with that sector directly. Amongst all the industrial sectors that are important in Telangana, pharma sector is one of the core strengths of Telangana, of Hyderabad. The sector also has a very rich legacy. This sector started 6 decades ago, and today the sector has reached such heights that we contribute to 40% of country's pharma production, 1/3 of world's vaccines. In medical devices also, we are making rapid movement. 9 years ago, the size of this sector, the life sciences sector, was about $50 billion. But within 9 years, and 9 years ago, we had set a target that in 10 years, that is, we will double this sector. We have, no, not in 10 years, by 2030. We have already reached $80 billion, and now looking at the pace, etc., we want to triple it instead of doubling it. So this is a very important sector, but as all of us would know, coal plays a very important role in firing this sector. All the production, all the manufacturing units have coal-fired boilers and coal-generated steam and things like that. So that is one reality. The other reality is that this sector is also facing huge competition from China. At one point in time, Hyderabad-based companies had huge market share of certain kinds of life sciences products like APIs. but we have ceded that advantage to Chinese companies because they are able to manufacture at a lower cost. But as all of us know, because of this Atmanirbhar, Make in India, etc., there's again a thrust to get back.
There's also this diversification of supply chains, right,
True.
which will bring this back.
Exactly. Now, what we have done is to capitalize upon this. We are setting up a humongous greenfield industrial park dedicated to the pharma sector, which is called the Hyderabad Pharma City. It is going to be spread over 20,000 acres. I mean, nowhere else in the world is such a large industrial park in one place. Now, why I am telling such a long story is that we have taken a momentous decision that in this pharma city, coal is banned. Every unit who sets up its manufacturing facility
Has to set up their own renewable energy.
yeah, gas, renewable energy, which adds to the cost. So it is like this. First of all, I'm losing out to China. I want to win back that market. But knowing that I'm introducing a norm which actually will add to your cost. But we know that it is important. I could have taken a shortcut decision that, the way you have run for 6 decades, your manufacturing facility, you can continue doing it like that. But that will be irresponsible. And for a state which has goals to advance our net zero much before the national government. So what we are doing is that this is a very complicated kind of a policy making scenario. We want to help people in a particular way, but at the same time, we know the realities. So what we have decided is that from state's own budget, we will be offsetting the cost by providing incentives. So these are some of the funding mechanisms. So I'm promoting a green cause. I'm ensuring that no coal-based activity happens in that city. All the existing pharma companies who are right now in and around Hyderabad, they will all eventually migrate there. So no new coal-based manufacturing will be added there. The existing coal-based manufacturing will all be discontinued. So it's a double kind of advantage.
And also maybe you can connect them to, so now there is a lot of, RBI is now encouraging green loans. So I think they'll be able to access some of that because they'll be using it for sustainability. Now, coming back to other governmental policies, do you think, just like we have the PLI scheme and we have priority sector lending in certain sectors, do you think it's time, both at the state level and at the central level, the investments into anything related to carbon adaptation, mitigation, climate adaptation mitigation is considered a priority sector lending and given that status?
So again, to give you a real example, this is the electric vehicle sector, the EV sector. As you know, if you look at which sector contributes to the carbon emissions, transportation sector occupies the 3rd position. And in India and also in cities like Hyderabad, etc., where there is large number of, as you would have seen in the streets also, the common mode of public transportation are what are called auto rickshaws. So this is again a very important sector, and as I told you, when we looked at the roadmap on what are the sectors which are relevant in Telangana, and if we have to advance our net zero goals earlier, what priorities do we have to give? So this was one sector which was identified, and we are doing multiple things there. One, of course, is policy, since we have been talking about policy from the beginning. We have a very comprehensive EV policy. Normally states promote EV policy with an eye to attract manufacturing, like this OEM will set up its unit here, this battery manufacturer will come to my state, which is also there. It's not to say that I'm caring the least about manufacturing, because we want investments, we want jobs to be created, economic benefits to come to the state. So policy addresses all that, but policy is also very strong on adoption. For an individual user who wants to shift to a EV, or someone who is a first-time buyer and who wants to buy EV. So lots of incentives are provided. We all know that the world over, public transportation actually has to take the lead in making that transition from ICE vehicles to EV vehicles. In Hyderabad, as I told you, buses are run by the corporation, the state government entity. They are doing their bit. But for auto rickshaws, again we have done exactly the same.
Right.
If existing auto rickshaws want to retrofit,
you give them a
priority loan and also grant. So there is a mix of grant and loan.
So this is an important point of this whole blended finance aspect. So we are starting to see, even in venture, very early stage funding is through grants. And then as the model is proven and as the companies want to scale, then venture investors can come in. So I think the big shift that I'm seeing in the last 10 years is that funding that used to go in only for NGOs, for this kind of early proving of concepts, is starting to shift as grants even to for-profit companies. Because I think a lot of scale can, of course, NGOs can achieve scale and they should in many ways achieve scale. But I think this collaboration between NGOs and for-profit companies, because some business models are important to be achieved, right? So unless a business model, sustainable business model is achieved, so there is this need to really have a convergence between for-profits and not-for-profits in terms of funding. What's your view on this?
No, completely agree. And see, you are deeply connected with the world of startups, and both in Hyderabad and in Bangalore and elsewhere as well. You would have yourself witnessed the rise of large number of entrepreneurs who are into circular economy. So the reason why I say so is that startups, particularly those who are positioning themselves as social enterprises,
yes,
they are the best examples of this kind of a bridging between what was seen as a non-profit and a profit. So they are social enterprises. They are kind of, it's not to say that they don't require any profit, but we all know what a social enterprise is. So in Hyderabad, as you know, T-Hub is one of our premier innovation spaces. In such institutions like T-Hub and others, we have taken a very conscious decision that startups who are in clean tech, they will be given preference.
Right.
In incubation programs, in mentoring programs, in helping them raise funds, etc., in helping them get POCs from the government, even work orders from the government. And I don't have precise number, but anecdotally I can recall that ever since the last 8 years that T-Hub is in existence, we would have supported at least 2-3 dozens of such startups. And many of them today work with the government. E-waste, I can recall recently also, we have supported a few startups who are recycling and reusing electronic waste, and so many others are there. One of our startups, which was into electric mobility, has made huge exit, has now been acquired by an American company, exports three-wheeler, the last mile mobility EV solutions to 18 countries in the world, including some of the big European countries. So lots of successes in looking at how they have been able to raise funds, how they have been able to scale up and contribute to states' goals, countries' goals, society's goals on achieving net zero quicker.
We spoke about a lot of green financing coming from banks and NBFCs and other institutions, but I think corporates have a big role to play. So corporates, so today I think you've heard of Scope 3 emissions, where not only your compliance is important, but you have to accelerate vendors and other suppliers. So in that, the role of corporates to help transfer technology for MSMEs, because a lot of these suppliers and vendors are small organizations. What do you think? Is there something that from a policy or a government perspective we can enable some of this?
So Prashantji, you are absolutely right, and I personally see a very major responsibility of the government in this particular sector. So when we speak about manufacturing, I spoke about pharma, I spoke about other industries who use coal and other industries who leave a large carbon footprint. See, it is easy to speak using a very homogeneous kind of sense that all industries are alike, but the reality is that the bulk of the industries are mid-scale and small industries. And many of them I mean, I don't kind of look down upon them, but the reality is that if you look at the kind of technologies they use, they are still very, very in the 19th century kind of thing. So we don't have anything specific as of now, but it is in the works that one of the biggest, normally when these companies look up to the government, their typical ask is that give us some tax incentives, supply power at a lower rate and all.
But now we have to really change the mindset.
Precisely. And my interest now is, I'm working on it, and hopefully in the next term of the government we should be able to introduce a fund where they get supported by adopting modern technology. I've seen this in many other parts of the world. Singapore is a good example, where government gives no other support to a company except for helping them improve their technology. So I guess that is very, very important. And of course, the model that we are going to bring forward will not say that I will not give you anything else as well. That will be too bold a decision to take.
Just prioritize the
Exactly.
So the other topic is about reporting. One of the big challenges people have had in this green financing, and how do you know what is genuine reporting, right? So there is a lot of greenwashing that happens, and I think here technology plays a big role in monitoring and reporting. And unless we are able to be transparent and accurate in our reporting, the financial institutions will not, and the right type of ESG norms are followed, I think financing will be a problem. So I think there's a lot of awareness and education that needs to be given to corporates and smaller businesses, like you said, that they need to be a bit more transparent in there.
No, so it's a nice coincidence that you raised this point, because just about a week ago, I participated in my opinion, a very significant event. A technology company, a product company located in Hyderabad called Seneca Global has signed a partnership agreement with another company which runs a kind of a social sector exchange. It's called EQUIP, EQUIPP. And the whole aim of this partnership is to first of all create awareness about reporting, and then provide a tool through which you can monitor and report. So people are recognizing exactly the point that you make, that this could become a problem. People will raise questions about the way you have collected your data, reported that data, and therefore people have come forward to seeing this opportunity to provide solutions. So look up to this particular partnership between EQUIP and Seneca Global, and their tool is going to come up very shortly.
Yeah, we need many more of these initiatives to be able to. So I think our urban environments are facing the brunt of climate change. We see that every time we. What do you think our cities are doing enough? And are we still stuck in, providing some very basic amenities in our cities, and being able to plan for this, this new reality of adapting to this climate change is something that we are finding it difficult to grapple with, because I'm not talking about Hyderabad, Bangalore, NCR, but every city, every year, it looks like the effects of climate change on the city are getting more severe, and we don't seem to be making progress. And I don't know what do you think can be done there?
See, so Prashantji, in my opinion, the cities in India in particular, because so much of construction is happening. As you know, construction is one big sector which leaves a huge carbon footprint. Since you don't come to Hyderabad that often, this enclave where we are sitting, this is called Cyberabad. And if you just kind of drive around Cyberabad, you would see at least 100 construction sites where new projects are coming up, new buildings are coming up. So much of construction obviously is happening. Then obviously the transportation density in Indian cities.
There's probably an opportunity, right? So we can say for green construction, we give some additional incentives and policies, I guess.
True. Very true. So that is one. And we have the Green Building Council here, located in Hyderabad. So far, they have been rating buildings in terms of after the construction, whether they are energy efficient, whether the water is harvested.
But you should do it while you build.
While exactly.
Are you using, so there's this whole idea of embedded carbon.
Yes.
How much of embedded carbon is there in every material that you use?
Precisely. So they are doing this now. It is like the EPR concept that we follow in. So look at the entire chain of where you are sourcing your material and embedded carbon, etc. So these concepts need to gain more currency, a mix of incentives, some policy regulations which actually restrict some kind of use. So as I told you, we are keen to advance our net zero target. We have engaged a few agencies who are trying to give us the roadmap. They are taking stock of where we are, what are the actions which add to our load, which are the ones which we need to drastically reduce, which are the ones to which there is no immediate reduction possibility, we need to adapt, which one to mitigate. So something very interesting is coming up.
So thank you very much. I know today we could have gone on with this conversation for longer, but Jayesh has a meeting. I think maybe we'll allow one question from the audience, just from an interaction perspective. Yeah, yes. Yeah, I think you got the question. CVs finally are using...
No, my point is, what is the policy of the government to encourage EVs? Because we need to have green power to compensate that. So there must be some policy for government of Telangana when they are encouraging green power.
Yeah, so it is like this. See, as you know, so I'll give a general answer and then an EV specific answer. The general answer is like this. In our country, we have a solar mission. And the mandate is that 10% of your power generation for the present should be from renewable sources. So in our state, we have far exceeded it. We are close to 17%. In net terms, after Karnataka, we are the second largest producer of solar. If you look at per capita, obviously since Karnataka is a bigger state, we are number one. So this is the roadmap for the country. What is 10% today will become 20% tomorrow, will become 30% the day after. But since we are ahead of the curve, we will continue to make more progress. So that is about the general use of power from renewable sources. But the other important thing, since we are speaking about EV as a means of reducing carbon emissions, but you allow charging of the vehicles, the batteries using the conventional power, are we not defeating that purpose? So many people have made the same observation that EV charging facilities must be solar powered. So in our state and possibly in many other states, there is a separate rate category for EV. So EV charging is not calculated on commercial tariff or domestic tariff. It is a lower tariff. And to introduce charging through solar in that kind of a tariff structure requires approval of the regulator, the ERC. So I directly don't deal with that subject, but what I've heard is that they are planning to file an application with the regulator permitting EV charging stations to be completely solar powered. So that will be a very progressive move, but what you say is absolutely right. Failing to do so and just harping on introducing more and more EVs will not completely solve the problem.
So thank you, Ranjan. I think if we had more time, we could have continued, but Jayesh Gar, this was very, I hope you found it informative. And I will just summarize by saying that there is a lot of momentum that is building on green financing. Whether it is, I know we didn't talk a lot about green bonds, we didn't talk about the NBFCs, the carbon market, and the whole VC industry today, just in the last 5 years has shifted. The total investments in green companies was 1 billion, it's about 40 billion now globally. And also there is a ESG specific mutual funds which have been approved by SEBI. So I think we are just at the early tip of this iceberg, but I think good momentum, just like we had this big moment for financial inclusion, where we had this big shift. I'm hoping that a very similar moment we are when it comes to green financing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers, for the engaging conversation. May I request Amla Garu to please honor the speakers with mementos. May we please have a warm round of applause. I would now like to invite Chitra Sood Garu to introduce the panel discussion on building effective collaborations for climate action. Chitra Sood leads product operations and strategy for Google Cloud India. Prior to that, she was Microsoft's India Development Center, and she's on the board of directors for United Way of Hyderabad, co-founder of the Institute of Advanced Studies in Complex Choice, organizational and operational priorities, including helping the leadership team land their strategic vision and mission. She is very well regarded as the leader driving employee experience and engagement, building small, strong partnerships with academia and students across universities in India, managing CSR engagements with particular focus on skill development. She's worked in HR operations, manager development, compensation, benefits, staffing, finance, HR, and administration. Please welcome Chitra Sood Garu.
Good morning, everyone. I think I don't want to take a lot of time because there's a lot of conversation and there is a lot of learning for all of us in this group. I think the crux of what we've been hearing so far is that climate change is something that we are all experiencing. And the result of this climate change that we are experiencing is also destabilizing the environment around us. And when we talk about destabilization of the environment, and Amla had also referenced this earlier in the morning, it is about the impact it has on the livelihoods and the lives of people around us, living around us. And in this conversation that we are going to hear in a short while from now, what we would like to see is how do we drive a framework, a collaboration, a vision of bringing together all the participants of the environment and creating a framework in which everyone is empowered and feels that this is going to result in a positive change. The change has happened. And while we hope and pray that we don't change too much, we also need to recognize the fact that there has to be a vision that takes everyone together in this journey of constant change and constant displacements that are happening. So what we would like to hear from this policy, in addition to having a common vision for collaboration, is how do we also bring consensus? How do we make sure that every participant in this environment has a say in what emerges as a framework? And how do we bring intelligentsia, knowledge workers, different professionals together to who will then understand and identify a common course of action? So I think the hope at the end of this conversation is that there will be a framework that we can all take away and bring it to life in the aspects of our organizations or our day-to-day lives. So without much ado, I would hand over back for getting the panel to start their discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chitra Sood Garu. I would like to invite the panelists for this discussion, please. The moderator for this panel is Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, CEO, Anil Agarwal Foundation, Vedanta Group. Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee is widely acclaimed as the father of corporate social responsibility in India. He was instrumental in farming and issuing the CSR guidelines for public sector enterprises in April 2020. Thereafter, he has played a major role in the inclusion of Section 135 in the Companies Act of 2013 and in the framing of the rules thereafter. Industries and public enterprises, former affairs. Ms. Larson served as the principal officer in Benghazi, Libya, and then as acting deputy chief of mission in Tripoli. She's also served in Pakistan, France, Sudan, Jerusalem, and Lebanon. Prior to her joining the Foreign Service, Ms. Larson worked for NPR San Francisco affiliate as a talk show producer. She completed her undergraduate and graduate work at the University of California, Berkeley in comparative literature and Middle East studies. Welcome, Ms. Larson. Our next panelist is Mr. Rajesh Krishnan, the CEO of United Way of Bengaluru. He is a qualified engineer, a first rank holder from Karnataka University. He also holds a gold medal in Diploma in Marketing Management. After a long stint in the corporate sector, he transitioned to the social sector as a volunteer and has risen in its rank as a leader. He has helped the organization transition to an unstoppable growth path. He has been recognized with the CSR Leader 2022 by ET Accent, Dr. R.L. Bhatia, and World CSR Congress, as well as the Best NGO Leadership Award 2023 at the 7th Corporate Social Responsibility Summit. A warm round of applause for Mr. Rajesh Krishnan. Our final panelist today is Professor Parul Rishi. Professor Parul Rishi is an academician in the discipline of psychology related to environment, climate change, and sustainability domain. For the last 30 years in Indian Institute of Forest Management under the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Government of India. She is a professor and chairperson of the HRM faculty area and Center for Corporate Social Responsibility. She has published around 100 research papers, 6 books, and conducted about 80 MDPs and supervised over a dozen PhDs. For the past 15 years, she's been working in the innovative domain of climate change and human psychology at the national and international levels. She has been to more than 15 countries on various academic assignments and has received a number of national, international awards, grants, and fellowship. She's also the author of the book, Managing Climate Change and Sustainability Through Behavior Transformation 2022, published by Springer Nature. A warm round of applause to all our panelists, please. Dr. Bhaskar, I request you to take the discussion forward.
Thank you very much and a very good morning to all distinguished delegates. Let me at the outset profusely thank United Way Hyderabad for hosting and organizing this very timely, very topical get-together, conference, summit, whatever you might call it, on the E part of the ESG. Environmental sustainability today, we've been hearing it from the morning, has become so crucial in the lives of every citizen across the entire planet that it hardly needs more emphasis. The criticality of environmental sustainability has also been focused upon. Why is it so relevant today more than ever before? And why is it that every human being on the planet needs to be concerned about it? Today, in this particular session, we're going to talk about collaborations. We're trying to focus on how we can cooperate, collaborate, understand each other, and bring out a plan of action that helps us to translate policy and perspective into actionables on the ground. When I look around the environmental sustainability landscape, what are the 3 principal challenges that I look at? One part is awareness. We need to make every individual really aware of how close we are to disaster. Unless that urgent on, unless we have a large masses of population on board, we will never tip the table, we will never move the needle. You might also use a harsher word and say, lack of awareness is also ignorance. We need to try and alleviate that problem And I think for that, every hand on the deck is required. The second problem is finance, which was addressed in the session just before this. We learned and we know that less than a tenth of what we need has ever come on the table. Special Chief Secretary yesterday used this expression, talk, 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 and very little action, particularly on the finance front. And we of course didn't get to the discussion about green bonds and carbon credits and carbon exchange and all of the other things that the panel before this wanted to discuss but didn't have time. But that is still in its nascent stage. Bucks on the table are virtually not there, or not enough of it is there. And the commitments made particularly by the more developed world have always been on paper, never upfront. And I think the third very important thing for also to realize is, despite all this talk by corporates in particular, big talk by big corporates, please do not naively believe the kind of greenwash that is happening is unbelievable. The number of times that the rainforests of Brazil has been used by carbon sinks, by tons of corporates because of lack of monitoring, is a case in point. Our seabed, just used as a carbon sink by a whole host of corporates, how many times over? Nobody knows. There is no real monitoring or a standards body that actually verifies what exactly is the amount of carbon sequestration that corporates are just adducing to themselves without any verification. So I just wanted to raise these three very important issues as a backdrop to what we're about to discuss, and to say that partnerships is one way of trying to solve these three massive problems in front of us. It's not the solution, but it is one of the solutions and a very prominent part of the solutions that we need at hand. United Way's representatives yesterday for cooperation, and we need more and more and more of those as we go along. So without further ado, let me first turn to you, Jennifer, and to suggest how in the domain that you are, from where you come from, how can we foster, how can we promote, how can we deliver more on collaborations and partnerships?
Thank you very much, and thank you for setting the stage for this conversation, this very important conversation. And again, thank you to United Way for putting this together. So what I work in, of course, is trying to do consensus building and trying to build partnerships. And I would say, though, just to sort of frame the discussion in the United States, that we have no agreement ourselves. And when you're talking about awareness or, and you said ignorance, we're a country divided ourselves. It is very, very difficult to make informed, impactful decisions at a federal level without a lot of discussion and debate. And that's taking place currently right now with our spending bills in Washington. But I'd like to just maybe talk more about what we're trying to do here on a local level in India with the United States and our cooperation here. I think, India and the US are two of the world's three largest emitters of greenhouse gases, and we have a critical role to play together in mitigating climate change. And we have a lot of programs here with what we call, it's our development arm, USAID, which is, I think, one of the biggest partnership platforms that we have across the world. And here in India, it is truly a partnership. A lot of the funds that we have cover things from mitigation and adaptation to climate change. The investments are both in emissions reduction as well as sequestration. We have a number of forestry projects, for example, that we're doing in collaboration with local governments. And we're trying to make investments in other areas, such as air pollution, plastic pollution, water and sanitation and biodiversity. But building partnerships is absolutely the thing that we need to do first, and I think that we have a real opportunity to do that here in India in a way that we don't necessarily see in the United States itself.
All right. Thank you very much for that perspective. Let me turn to you, Parul. I know that you have been particularly concerned about the human and the psychological aspects of environmental sustainability. I know that you are working on the way institutions play their role. Could you lend us some clarity on how this part of the debate really pans out?
Thank you. And I would just like to thank United Ways of Hyderabad for giving us the opportunity and particularly representing academia in this discussion. I represent academia, Indian Institute of Forest Management, which is under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. These are all the domains which we are discussing over here. We create the human resource which can just work in all these areas. We have the programs on forest management, sustainability management, and we have the PhD program also. So through that, we just try to deliberate on these things. I'm a behavioral scientist, as already told, and my opinion in this regard is that whenever we talk about collaboration for climate action or any domain related to ESG, sometimes we feel that the social and governance aspects, and particularly the behavioral aspects of this phenomenon, they are somehow ignored. We are more into the technological innovations, we are more into climate smart villages. Madhya Pradesh has taken a lot of initiative in that regard, and technological innovations, startups are coming up, but where they are reaching, when we talk about collaboration, we have to reach the root where they will actually be applied, whether there is an acceptability for all those technological innovations or not. Keeping that in mind, behavioral dimensions and psychological dimensions, they are very, very important. Whenever we talk about collaboration, there are three, particularly regarding climate action, there are three dimensions which we have to relate with. One is the cognitive dimensions. Until unless we know what for we are doing all these things, at the intellectual level, cognitive level, things can't move further. And another is action. As yesterday we were talking about talk and talk. So the time has come that we have to move from wanting the change to actually working for change. And for that, in between the transformation process that goes in between wanting the change and working for change is our value systems, our beliefs, our cultural practices, our religious belief systems. So in India is a country, it's a diverse country. Industry people very well know about diversity, equity and inclusion, DEI. So if we are considering all these factors, we are taking all these factors into account, then we cannot ignore our cultural and religious belief systems and values. And these are the things which take us towards collaboration. For that, whatever project we are looking forward, whether it's a CSR project or it's any community-based startup or innovation, if we are not taking people right from the beginning into the loop, where actually our things are going to reach, then the impact sometimes becomes very, very weak. I have personally observed various, our students go in various projects in the rural areas, in the community areas, and when we reach out through community, what is there in our mind is that we are at the other side of the table. We are there to teach them something, and they just don't know anything what climate change is all about. We are going to tell us. So this is something, this is a barrier, psychological barrier, which we have to come out of it, and considering that we have to partner with them, and whatever project, whatever initiative we are taking, so catch them young, the concept that we say. So right from the beginning, everyone should be in the loop. So in that manner, we can proceed. So for that, critical reflection is something which is very, very important. I would just like to mention over here like the concept of mindfulness on which I have done some work in the past, particularly in regard to climate change. And Prime Minister's Mission Lifestyle for Environment, which has been promoted. So that Mission Life is also talking about mindful consumption rather than mindless way of using your resources. So whenever that concept of mindful consumption comes, so there are three important components which have been highlighted. One is focus on individual behavior. We talk about en masses, we talk about industry, we talk about large scale implications of our actions. But we have to start from the individual behavior, small changes that we can incorporate in our life. And then incorporating, co-creating culture, local culture. Because behavioral adaptability is something for which we have to go for, and community-centric approach in this regard is very, very important. So this is all from my side at this moment. Thank you.
This is all at least for now. I'm going to come back to you again. Yes, thank you very much for highlighting those issues, because in the end, and the Prime Minister has been saying this in the new campaign that he has launched, it's up to every individual. Unless all of us are on board and we change our lifestyle habits and this runaway consumption approach that many of us have, that behavioral change is ushered in, we will really never get close to our target. Thank you. Rajesh, I've had occasion to interact with you before. I know you're one of the most knowledgeable and active people in the ESG domain. Lovely to have you with us on this panel. When we talk of collaborations, I can very quickly classify them into three types. One, and we had this mentioned in the morning today, is about government and the private sector, which we popularly call PPPs, public-private partnerships. A second is corporate-to-corporate partnerships. It is rare, but there are many good examples of how corporates reach out to other corporates, where their interests do not overlap or hurt each other. And the third is the cooperation between, which of course the CSR fold particularly encourages, is the one between corporates and civil society. How do you think this can go forward? What might be the challenges that you see, and how can we look for a solution to them?
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar, for that question. But with your permission, before I share my point of view, I just want to bring to all your attention that many of you would have been getting prepared for this particular SYNERGIZE Conclave, and clearly you would observe that I was not supposed to be sitting here. Today morning, I was ambushed by my friend and colleague Rekha and Girija, and they kind of requested me and I obliged, and I'm extremely happy to be part of this. Thank you, Rekha, Girija and the entire team for the opportunity, and also to the entire United Way Hyderabad team and the board members for pulling up this particular SYNERGIZE Conclave in the most adverse climatic conditions, making this conversation all the more relevant. So, thank you. Specific to this point, Dr. Bhaskar, unfortunately I'm going to dip into my wisdom and experience, because clearly I'm not carrying any notes. One of the things which I have been observing is, of late in the conversations at the sea level, and I get to participate in some of them, given the fact that United Way acts also as an aggregator besides being an implementing partner. There is always this notion of trying to have this ESG and CSR going together, where you look at all these environmental issues and kind of make sure that, I'm not sure if greenwashing would be the word,
but then try to see that if you can do it within the 2% of it. Now, I think these are two different things which needs to be clearly segregated. The other important aspect is what we have seen that can be achieved in this particular CSR space. I mean, I must here compliment you for the far-sightedness, because it is definitely made a lot of changes. Is a significant portion of trying to demonstrate that as the civil society members, I would probably include us as part of that, is that a significant amount of changes can actually be implemented on ground even with a small quantum of this. And 2% here, the latest data was telling me something about 23,000 crores in the last so many years, whereas the state budget of Government of Karnataka for education for 1 year is 38,000 crores. But probably the number of plantations, if I have to say, which this particular group would have undertaken would probably beat everybody else hands down. The other interesting conversations, and I happened to be in one of them where I think it was BlackRock, I'm not very sure, was they telling that, okay, let's go and buy this carbon credits, probably alluding to the abuse of the rainforest. I think those are not the answers. And this is where I'm very, very happy that the United Way Hyderabad team chose to have Paru on this panel, bringing out this particular key aspect of behavioral sciences. I think that is extremely very, very important. Now, and the other aspect which was also brought out was catch them young. I think it's very important that we as responsible members of the civil society, besides wearing multiple hats which we wear, also need to spend a lot of time and effort in making sure that this is built across in the ecosystem, starting from the schools and colleges, because children can be great influences in bringing this change. And it's extremely important that this happens.
Thank you, Rajesh, for giving us that perspective. Yes, CSR and ESG have lots in common, and we need to try and synergize. The topic of today's conclave is synergize, so as much of synergy as we can get into the room. You know, when the CSR law was framed, we were actually writing that law at the end of 2011, beginning of 2012. And we had before us at that time, not the SDGs, but the MDGs. And you will see that Schedule 7 is largely inspired by the MDGs. So we had put in to Schedule 7, environmental sustainability, as one of the items of Schedule 7. And therefore, much of the expenditure that corporates have undertaken on environmental initiatives have actually come from the CSR budget, which has been very helpful. But of the 23,000 crores we spend, not cumulative, every year on CSR, it pains me to see that about 5 to 6% only, as per the latest MCA data, is on environmental sustainability in any form. But in some ways, if you take the last 3 years' data, you see that almost every year there's been 1.5% trying to spend more and more on the environmental sustainability aspect and jack up our CSR spend on environmental sustainability. So yes, I hope that that part also is taken forward. Jennifer, my question to you, and I take this from what you were just saying, that, you know, we are talking here to what you might call the converted. And frankly, talking to the converted is rhetorical. It's not of much use. As we talk about our belief in ESG, how we should take it forward, how much of awareness there is and so on, there is a huge groundswell of opinion building up across the world and particularly in the United States, which actually feels that ESG is something that needs to be trashed. It's not worth the paper on which it is written. And I say this with some authenticity because I draw your attention to a recent article which says the whole concept of ESG was flawed from the very beginning. ESG stands for environmental, social and governance, and it has been pushed by extreme woke activists for years. It is a catch-all term and has been used to try and pressure corporations into prioritizing social activism over pursuing a profit for shareholders. This article is barely 15 days old, and it comes from one of the most authentic sources in the United States. And therefore, I also feel that in the larger debates that happen in the bigger platforms across the world, there's a whole, set of opinion that is going completely against this flow. How do you think we could, in the spirit of collaboration that we are talking about, how do we counter that debate?
Thank you. You're absolutely correct. I would say I couldn't say that is a majority opinion necessarily in the United States, but it's certainly a very loud opinion in the United States. I would counter that particular article. I mean, that is certainly the views of an institution or a person. But there is a lot of support in the United States for ESG, certainly at the government level. It is a very divisive topic in the United States. It is, for example, the pledges that we have made to reduce our dependence on coal. And for the first time in some time, natural gas is actually cheaper than coal in the United States. But to talk about eliminating coal, for example, is something that really it threatens the identity of certain people in the United States. And this, I think, goes to what Professor Parul was talking about, is the emotional impact that people have to where they live and how they live, and how difficult it is to change that. And so what we need to do, I think, if there's difficulty at the federal level, it needs to be done at the state level. And we certainly see that, for example, in my very woke state of California, I would say. It's a place where we lead the country, if not, parts of the world, in developing policies that promote climate change awareness, sustainability, and mitigation. It is a really difficult conversation in the United States. I think we saw that at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh just last fall, how difficult it was. A conference that was meant to end in a few days, it ended up negotiating for over midnights for several more days in order to come to the idea of having a fund, which the United States signed on to, with a lot of opposition, I would say, domestically. So it's a challenge for us, and it's a challenge I think that this particular administration is very willing to take on. But we have a lot of education to do, and there is an impetus. There is an impetus for companies to make a profit. I mean, there's no question about that, right? But we have to do it responsibly, and that is something that it's a work for us.
Yes, absolutely, and thank you for setting that record straight. I know that the Biden administration is very, very committed on taking forward environmental sustainability. And that's the reason why it pains me to see Morgan Stanley actually has this article from there. And what is it titled? It says, ESG is finally going into the corporate dustbin. It just shows you that sometimes that kind of striking is also there for us to know that there is an anti point of view. Turning to you, Parul, our second this thing. You've been concerned with institutions in a big way and the role that they might play. Another problem with environmental sustainability is the lack of scientific advance and technological advance to the solutions that we want. battery technology is still at least almost half a century behind of where it needs to be. Much of the technological solutions that we thought would come forth have just not emerged. What worries me, of course, is that the R&D which corporates put into environmental solutions to environmental problems is very small. Even out of the 3 or 4% of their profit that they ever put into R&D, less than 0.1 is on anything to do with the environment or its solutions. So, because research and development has not progressed the way it should, the kind of technologies we need are far behind. It's often said that the Third World War will be fought on water. We know that more than 80% of our planet is water. The technology for converting seawater into potable water should have been with us at least half a century ago. We're still struggling with it. So why is it that we're not stepping up onto the plate, not putting enough into R&D to bring the solutions that should have already been there?
Very rightly pointed out, Professor Bhaskar Singh Chatterjee. Actually, the fact that you are pointing out is related to collaboration only. The kind of industry-academia collaboration, the way it should be there, there is a missing link between the two. At the most, students go as intern in corporate organizations for some time, they come back, prepare a report, and that just ends up there. In the new education policy, if we see, the internships have been the part of the education system right from the first semester onwards. So the students will have to engage with the corporate organizations. So we have lots of examples, particularly of IITs. I was just looking at some activities under Mission Life. There was a proposition in which people were encouraged, particularly the educational people who are students and the people who are having the startups, to share some of the innovative ideas which can convert into lifestyle for environment proposition. So one such idea which came up was regarding use of AI for behavioral change. And they were using there was the team of 3 people who just probably from IIT Madras. So they were trying to have the assessment of the energy consumption of people in the rural areas on a monthly basis using some AI-based mechanism. And based on that, they were trying to use some strategy through which it can be systematically reduced, keeping in mind the cultural practices and the beliefs of the people. One similar such was regarding you must have heard about the water credits. The lesser water you use, the more water credits you get, and that can be used for various other sources. So such kind of things are coming up, but they are at a very small scale. If you want to increase the scalability of such kind of initiatives, what is required to look for the students, the young minds who can actually contribute in this dimension. That's what we are looking forward. Otherwise, again, the missing link continues no matter how many efforts we are doing to connect with the corporates and attending such kinds of conclaves and all. That missing link still continues. So that is why a proactive approach on the part of corporate organizations is what academic institutions are looking forward.
Absolutely, Parul. I couldn't agree with you more. This collaboration between academia and the academic world, which is ready actually to do intensive, productive research. But research, intensive or productive, cannot be done on thin air. It needs financing, adequate financing, not over a 6-month or a 3-month grant. It needs it over a relatively longer period to be able for you to show results. So that's one area that we also need to focus our attention on. Turning to you, Rajesh, I see a lot of startups, exhibiting the way they're going forward here in the stalls, and it's wonderful to see how many of them are looking at so many innovations and partnerships. In the world of startups, they are looking at business models, because they need to, startups will not survive unless there's a revenue stream coming in. How do you see that world being, taken forward. On the one part by government in terms of partnership, but government at the end of the day has only that much it can do. How can these startups actually attract more and more funding from corporates, which at the end of the day are really the place where real worthwhile funding can be found? How do you see that partnership going?
I'm going to take that liberty, Dr. Bhaskar, to tell you that question should have been directed to Prashant, who is not here right now. Because he's the guy and his cohort who actually fund that. But if I may, with your permission, extrapolate that question, because I still remember something similar was discussed in another session where the CSR angle was introduced. And that was in comparison between the CSR ecosystem and the VC ecosystem. Okay? Now, one of the fundamental challenges which I see is, and which is very encouraging to see, is in the VC ecosystem there is a spirit to accept failures. There is a cost associated, but that investment is still considered a worthwhile investment. Now, in the CSR space, as the way it is being designed, is there is no scope for failure. Any project which is signed up with any corporate has a clearly laid out roadmap. Now, when I say this, it is not about comparing both the ecosystems. It is not about that. It is just to kind of bring about the fact that this is how this CSR ecosystem works. Without anything at all, 2014 prior, post this, I think this is a significant positive step. But what would be very nice is, if this particular thing can also be opened up, or a bit of flexibility offered. You know what, NGOs or aggregators like us, United Ways, we probably would be more welcoming to look at those particular proposals as well. And trust me, we, I think as a team, definitely would have the competency and can also bring in the others to make sure that we are able to support such systems also. The fundamental thing would be the risk appetite, and that is right now not being permissible from a systemic perspective.
Very well put, Rajesh. I do see that as something that, one is not foreseen when you make that kind of policy, but yes, there has to be a tolerance for, and in fact the learnings really come, the hard learnings come from failure. We have about 10 minutes of time left, and I was asked to keep at least some time left for questions. So I throw it open to the audience now. I would be happy. Please do introduce yourselves, and if your question is addressed to any particular panel member, please say so. If it is generic, we'll try our best to answer that.
I may not have a question, but I definitely have something to add as being part of this space. And I am Dr. Roma Isola. I work for Access Health International, a think tank advisory that works in the space of healthcare predominantly, but also works with climate, ESG, as an extension of the health. Ma'am, it couldn't be a better panel where you have academia, you have an implementation partner, you have somebody who has put the entire thought process in terms of corporate social responsibility, and a policy maker. So this is one of the most ideal panels that we can look for to make a framework. Having said that, also the Rockefeller Foundation, after so many years of working in a fragmented way, came together this year to make sure that the climate would be the only agenda that they would have for the next 6 years. So if people do need to write grants and to see where they can go in terms of ESG and making implementation happen, that's another forum other than the USA that ma'am referred to. My submission is health was something that was missing. And if any of you would like to add that layer of health, which actually prevents pandemics. Like you know that today, if you look at sewage water, CCME has done a whole work on genomics and surveillance. And you can prevent a pandemic coming up at least 10 days in advance just from the sewage water and its testing. So, to each of you who would want to add that layer of help.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next question, please. Mike here.
Hi, good morning. My name is Praveen Upadhyay. I am from Virtusa, part of Sustainability and Facilities team. I am impressed to see the learner panelists, and especially Dr. Bhaskar, the way you are moderating is impressive. I just want to check, I saw one video in the morning today. There is a clock which is running in reverse in Union Square in New York that talks about some climate change, that after 6 years, 34 days, something is going to happen and all. Would you have anything, or can you please tell us about something on that? That is related to climate change.
All of us need to Google and check it. But I can certainly tell you that yes, there is a countdown, and environmental scientists are telling us that if we persist in the way in which we are now, then the 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature goal that has been set will be breached in the very near future. We can already see around us the horrific impact of climate change. It's astonishing to see 50 degrees centigrade temperatures in Europe. Parts of America are sizzling at high 40 degrees centigrade. One of the greatest tourist attractions of the entire world, the Acropolis in Greece, had
of approaching people as far as behavioral transformation is concerned, and we are talking about psycho-spiritual modes, cultural modes, belief system mode, and we are trying to catch the local leaders to whom people listen to. They are not going to listen to the academic talk and the industry talk, all these things. They are going to listen to their own people. So you have to reach out to their local leaders, their people, and try to get that message transmitted through them. Only then it is going to be affected. So for that, positive psychology interventions we are looking for rather than adopting to fear theory.
very well put, Karen. Beautifully put. We can take just one more question. This gentleman in the front here. You want to add to this, Judge Rajesh?
Yeah.
Just one more comment from one of the panelists, please. I'll just come back to you in a minute. Yeah.
And to the point which Madam had raised specific to health. Now, I'm not sure if I'll be able to answer you directly, but I just want to put things in a certain perspective, and I hope you will be able to relate to that. And this I'm going to talk from the space in which I operate, which is the corporate social responsibility space. There are two big verticals in which the CSR spend happen across the country. The first is education, and the second is health. And as Dr. Bhaskar rightly pointed out, environment is there, struggling to find its own space there. In the education space, the number of NGOs which are operating, I think we would have lost count of them. Okay? You go to any school in any urban city, there will be at least 5-7 NGOs working. The principal and the teachers will be clueless as to what's happening. The latest ASR report, if somebody is from this space, they will know. ASR report is like your Bible. Says that nothing has changed for the last 7-8 years. Specific to health, it's very interesting. During the pandemic, you would see there was a trigger. Okay? Today, if you go and talk to people, at least most of our donors with whom we engage this conversation, health is not even a topic for discussion. So for me, the larger concern, and this is a conversation which I always have with the corporates, is you can't look at things as a flavor of the season. Like for example, Monday you get up and say, look, today we look for blackcurrant. Tomorrow, please make sure we have a tutti frutti on the table. You know, for me, the larger concern, and this is the type of conversation, and this is what I tell the ecosystem, both at the corporates and also the NGOs, is we will now have to raise one step above all these things and start looking at things rather than with a very myopic transactional approach. Now, the whole challenge for us is we also have to balance a lot of things, and I guess that's what we have to do. We don't have a choice.
Very well put.
I hope I have been able to put things in a context.
Excellently enunciated. We are running out of time, so that last question, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar. In fact, you have very, very beautifully, covered the collaboration part, I think, which is one of the most challenging and difficult part. Because I am Mohan Pargai before that. I am a practicing forester working from Telangana right now. I have more than 30 years of this thing. And working with CSR and especially the green action, I have been my choice. I'm very inclined to work on the last 5-6 years. And I'm working on that. And that's why I'm saying the first thing is the collaboration itself is a very, big term and challenging term. And bringing to the effectiveness and building the collaboration in itself, whether at any level, whether you are saying at the government level, they have its own challenges at government level, various states, very, very different type of challenges. And then within government, departments have various challenges, their own silos and all these things, they won't work. There are so many things in the government system, as you know. And coming to civil society, as Rajesh Krishnan has already said, there are certain issues, challenges, they are their own challenges. Who is effective, who is not effective? My only suggestion kind of thing in that, request, and seeing that the allocation priority to environmental sector has been astronomically low, and the recent kind of thing, and when it has also shadowed by the term sustainability, because you see that expenditure toward various parameter in the CSR portal also. In the before 2021, because I have my presentation also, I will be just sharing detail, but just for brief point. So before 2021, there is some certain parameters. Now this year actually they have been changed. And if you see the environment and all these things, it has come to just merely 1% or even less than 1%. And the sustainability has taken a broad everything. So it is very easy to you interpret. And it anyway you can interpret. Even environment also can be interpreted. Tree planting also a part of sustainability. So it is a very kind of, I don't know whether you can call greenwash itself in that, I don't know. It is for you to decide. But coming to my suggestion is that, you have rightly said there are, collaboration part.
Give us your question, please.
Yeah, I'm coming. Can we this collaboration part and this, corporate can still, delegate to another level? They are saying that it has gone up to your individual, now it has not gone up to individual level. Can we go beyond, civil society, and can we directly go to the individual level? Because there are hundreds of people in India, across globe, who are working individually on various environmental aspects. So can't corporate have some system that directly collaborating with them, so that at least, because there are collaboration, there are certain, lot of seepage in India. Not only financial seepage, maybe policy seepage. That is my solution or my suggestion, that whether can't we go for that a further level of, collaborating with the people directly, so it will directly help the people, and in the longer term it may be useful. That's my suggestion.
Very good suggestion. I think Parul already spoke about that, addressing the individual. Unless we do that and we are able to communicate at the individual level, we will never succeed in our mission. I think with that very telling comment and this very brilliant observation coming from the floor, I take this opportunity to thank United Way for putting us all together, and for all my very distinguished panelists for expressing such wonderful opinions.
Thank you so much, panel members. May I request Chitra Garu to please honor the panelists with mementos. We now have a partner showcase on ENS initiatives by the team of Virtusa. Leading the presentation for Virtusa is Mr. Krishnan Yedula, Vice President and Head Facilities and Sustainability Pan-India Virtusa Consulting Services Private Limited. Mr. Krishna is also the co-chair Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, Southern Regional Council Sustainability and CSR, and former Secretary General, Society for Hyderabad Security Council. He is an administration, facility management and sustainability professional, having over 25 years of comprehensive expertise in facilities management, sustainability, ESG, physical security, vendor management, infrastructure projects and compliance. Mr. Krishna has been a founding member and has contributed immensely to the industry and society as Secretary General for Hyderabad Security Council from 2019 to 23. He brought various stakeholders like government, NGOs, corporates and volunteers together to drive various initiatives during the COVID pandemic, and has been recognized for his contribution by the Government of Telangana with a Special Recognition Award in 2022. Please welcome Mr. Krishna for his presentation.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, my respects to Amala Garu, Ms. Jennifer, Kiranmai Pendyala, Mamta Madhireddy, Chitra Sood, Sridhar Chundu, Rekha and the entire team of United Way of Hyderabad, and all the leaders from UNGCNI, and colleagues from the corporates and industry and NGOs. Again, a warm welcome to this great conclave on ESG and sustainability. First of all, thanks to United Way of Hyderabad for providing this opportunity, because Virtusa is, Virtusa partners with various NGOs across India, and in Hyderabad, we partner actively with UWH, and we have undertaken few projects across health and well-being, across environment and various other initiatives. So, can we move to the slides, please? So yes, Virtusa's vision and focus has been to reduce our environmental footprint, demonstrate ethical maturity and respect all. Next. So some of the significant milestones that we have achieved as a team at Virtusa is we were rated as gold medal by EcoVadis recently, about a month ago. We were rated silver in the past, and it got upgraded to a gold. With that, we form part of top 2% in IT and ITS category across the world. And then under Carbon Disclosure Project, we are A- rated, and we are aiming to improve that rating to an A. And one of the things that we are working currently is, commitment to science-based target. We are currently working on that, and we have given our commitment for a net zero target of 2040, and we are working as a team towards that goal. Next. So these are some of the metrics that we could achieve, across environment, social and governance, elements. What we've seen is a 78% reduction in carbon emissions in the last 7 years, and about a 67% reduction in our energy consumption. And then 52% of our water is recycled in the last year, and 93% of our real estate is certified for ISO, various certifications, ISO 14001, and also under LEED, we are about 62% of our real estate across the globe is certified under LEED. So some of our facilities are rated platinum, some of our facilities are rated gold. And under social, I don't want to go deeper into that. I think most of the corporates and IT companies who are here may be doing better or at par with us. I think these are all a standard parameters that we measure day in, day out. Next. We also have our ESG report on our website. We report our ESG report and post it on our websites. Any one of you who are interested may go through these reports. Next. So some of the projects that we have undertaken for our Virtusa campuses especially. What we are proud about is with whatever minimal space that we have at our campuses in Hyderabad and Chennai, we were able to put a 1.57 megawatt solar power plant on the ground, which is a carport, and also on the rooftops. So these carports have turned out to be a major motivator for employees as well, because not only we provide shaded car parking by putting the solar panels on the car shades, but also provide charging for their electric vehicles through these solar panels. Next. So along with United Way of Hyderabad, we partnered during COVID time. As somebody said, not just for the COVID, when we got a proposal to put up a hospital, a makeshift hospital, we said no, we will not do a makeshift hospital which is very short term and temporary in nature. We thought we'll put a permanent hospital. So in a place called Motkuru Mandal near Yadadri district, we have put a 30-bed hospital for that mandal, where this hospital serves about 25 villages in and around this mandal and provides access to quality health care to all the villages around there. Next. So this is one of the things that we are again proud of is we've adopted this lake for rejuvenation, which is very close to financial district. Nobody would have even noticed that that is a lake actually, because actually there is no water in it, and due to a lot of construction that is happening, and this lake of 3.5 acres was completely neglected, and last year we signed up an MOU with United Way, and we got all the approvals to adopt this lake, and we are currently rejuvenating it, and come maybe December or something, we'll be able to complete all the works, and you will see a lake full of water and flora, fauna, and then there is a walking track around that. So this is pretty close to Wave Rock. Nobody must have noticed there is a bridge over it, but below that is actually a lake, but you don't see any water currently. Next. So this is the school adoption and lab on wheels program that we have undertaken at Hyderabad and Warangal, and we not only support in Hyderabad, but we do these school adoption programs across Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Telangana and Andhra Pradesh currently. Next. So donation of school benches. So this is something that we connected an environment to a social cause. So when we were redoing our office, we had an office which we had to redo for the business purpose, And these furniture tabletops, which are very, very new, just about 2 to 3 years old, we thought instead of just dumping it and, as a debris or whatever, we thought we'll repurpose those tabletops into school benches, and we have actually donated to Government Girls High School Tirmalgiri by making about 115 school benches out of that. This is one of the projects that, we thought of, that from a reduce, reuse and recycle concept, that we will not let it go to the landfill, and also prevent those many trees from harvesting, in future. So that was a very good step, in ensuring that an environmental cause is linked to a social cause. Next. So this is about CRPF. We have these Divyangs in CRPF across the country. There are about 58 such Divyangs who lost their limbs, while fighting for the security of the nation. And all those Divyangs were brought to CRPF Shamirpet campus in Hyderabad, and a skill development center has been established by Virtusa. And we also provided a low floor bus for them to, have access easily from their quarters where they stay to this training center. And we provided not only bus but e-cart also for them to shuttle, during the training program. And it has an automated ramp for wheelchairs, to easily access the bus for ingress and egress. Next. This is the skill development center that was also inaugurated at CRPF. Next. So this is a she shuttle, that we operate through Cyberbus Security Council. So 2 she shuttles to empower women, to commute to and fro through a smart and intelligent transport system that is operated by Cyberbus Security Council. We've been running these shuttles for a few years, and recently we thought there were a lot of women who were doing footboarding and traveling in that particular route, so we introduced a second she shuttle in the same route. Next. So these are some of the coastal clean activities and sapling plantation drives that we keep doing, whenever we have an opportunity. And also one other thing that we are doing currently again with one other NGO is we are taking up Miyawaki for plantation in about 4 engineering colleges in Tamil Nadu. And one of the quotes that I wanted to say, basically when it comes to any of these social impact programs and CSR initiatives, in a nutshell, we believe in a 7P concept. What it means is, it's about public-private partnership with a purpose and passion for people and planet. That's what we believe at Virtusa. And as a parting quote, all I wanted to stress upon is our mindset and thought process has to move from me and now to an us and later. We have to leave a beautiful world for our future generations. So we must move from a me and now to an us and a later scenario. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krishna. I would like to now call Mamata Madhireddy Garu to introduce the panel discussion on circular economies, realities of implementation. Mamata Madhireddy Garu is the Managing Director and Head of HSBC Global Service Center in India. She comes with 25 years of experience across banking and financial services industries. In her 22 years with HSBC, she has held various positions across diverse domains. Prior to her career in HSBC, Mamata was with the HDFC Bank. She is a member of various industry forums in India, a frequent speaker at forums and roundtables on issues related to diversity and inclusion, well-being, future of banking and more. She is also the sustainability lead for HSBC Global Service Centers. She is an acclaimed Indian classical dancer, having represented the country at various international festivals. She is a board member of United Way of Hyderabad, a NASSCOM Regional GCC Council Chair for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Please welcome Mamata Madhireddy Garu.
Thank you so very much for the introduction and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably the session before lunch, and what a session to have and what a topic to have. A discussion on circular economy and the realities of implementation. So why are we talking about circular economy and why is this so important? With India's growing economy and population, the demand for resources is only growing to going to grow exponentially. And according to a report released by the India Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, as latest as in April 2023, India's material consumption has increased sixfold from 1970 to 2015, reaching 7 billion tons. But the worry is it is expected to double to 14 billion tons by 2030. And India's resource extraction is 251% higher than the global average. And the percentage of goods that gets recycled in India is about 20% when compared to a region like Europe, which is about 70%. And India is the third highest emitter of greenhouse gases, accounting for about close to 9% of the world's emissions. And the intensity of consumption, like I said, is only going to grow as India aims to become a leading economic power. So what does this mean for us as humanity and as a planet? And therefore, the conversation on sustainability must always include circular economy as a central component. And all of us are aware that circular economy is adopted across various countries, various sectors, but is there a common definition of circular economy? Is there a common understanding and interpretation of circular economy? I think there is a lot of opportunity for us to standardize and understand the definition of circular economy. While everyone acknowledges the importance of circular economy, more clarity is needed, like I said, on the definition. And there are a lot of good practices that are happening that we're probably not aware of. And this platform also will be that opportunity for us to understand what is happening in these spectrum. We have an esteemed panel today that's going to actually talk about circular economy and the realities of implementation and take this forward. And the moderator of the session is Dr. Anjal Prakash. Let me have the privilege of introducing Dr. Anjal Prakash as well. Dr. Prakash is a clinical associate professor and research director at the Bharat Institute of Public Policy, ISB. He comes with a rich experience of over 26 years and has extensive experience working in 6 South Asian countries: Pakistan, Nepal, India, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. His expertise in teaching and research on sustainability, climate change and adaptation, integrated water resources management, groundwater management, peri-urban and urban water, water supply, sanitation, high mountains, gender and equity, and research uptake. So as you would see, there is a wide range of experience and expertise here, and the right person to lead this conversation on circular economy and the realities of implementation. Dr. Anjal Prakash, thank you for being here, and over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to call upon the panelists. I first call upon Ms. Meena Murugappan to please join us on stage. Ms. Meena Murugappan is the General Manager of Product Innovation and Strategy at Organo Eco Habitats, Director of Organo at School, with over 21 years of international and local experience in architecture, real estate and business operations across South Asia and Middle East. Ms. Meena is passionate about collaborating with co-dreamers, designing and building with co-creators. She works towards mainstreaming unique first-to-market eco-communities as well. She has a bachelor's in architecture from SAP, Chennai, and a master's in real estate development from MIT Boston. Please welcome Ms. Meena Murugappan. I would next like to welcome Professor Munish Kumar Chandel. He is a professor of environmental science, engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. His research is focused on different aspects of environmental sustainability, including life cycle assessment, carbon capture and storage, greenhouse gas mitigation, water energy nexus, solid waste management, and waste to energy. Professor Chandel received his BTech degree in civil engineering from NIT Hamirpur, PhD in environmental engineering from IIT Delhi. Before joining IIT Bombay, he was assistant professor at civil engineering department at IIT Roorkee and a postdoctoral research scientist at Duke University, USA. Please welcome Professor Sandesh. Can I now invite our final panelist, Dr. Roshan Miranda. Dr. Roshan Miranda is a serial entrepreneur in the waste management space. He has over 7 years of experience in waste management and climate technology, and over 4 years of experience in consumer tech and consumer insights. He also has experience in management consulting for pharmaceuticals, academic medical centers, operations and business development. He has a PhD in genetics and developmental biology from Baylor College of Medicine, USA. He's Research Private Limited and co-founder of Waste Ventures India, driving innovation and overall management at both companies. Please raise your hands for a warm welcome to all our panelists. Over to you.
Thank you so much. It's a very esteemed guest that we have today afternoon, and also that a very good topic to discuss, circular economy, the realities of implementation. I was doing a little bit of the envelope calculation. India generates about 10 million metric tons of waste every day. But I was thinking what is happening to Hyderabad. So Hyderabad generates about 8,500 metric tons of waste, which is 1 metric ton is about 1,000 kilogram, right? So that means, and then if you equate with the population, each one of us actually generate about 1 kg of waste every day, right? And that is, as per the report of the government, about 25% of this waste that we generate only gets to what we call to the recycling process. So 75% of this waste remains there. And it means that the circular economy that we are talking about, the linear way in which we are not only generating waste but also not using them and it goes to the landfill, that days have gone over. Now we know that the realities of sustainability, cities are growing very fast, we have these issues on hold, and in this reality we will discuss what is the circular economy going to do. I know that my grandmother, I remember not only my grandmother, my mother also, our lives are very unsustainable in the sense, right? There has been numerous issues you will find at home also that we are very, very sustainable in our way. After all these climate change issues or the growing economy, our per capita carbon footprint is much lower, much lowest in the world, actually speaking. So we have a long way to go, but we also see that what are the things that we need to fix also for our city. So this is the panel that we have today, and let me just ask each one of them first, what does circular economy means to you, and what is one thing that you bring to the table today for discussion? What do you?
Sure. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. I think circular economy goes hand in hand with two things, both sustainability as well as health and well-being, in the sense that it's the health and well-being of the people as well as the planet. And in that, one very key framework is circular economy. First, work of operations or product design, it's actually a mindset. It's a mindset of how we create things, how we build them, how we use them, and of course what happens at the end of that cycle. So it is a very remarkably strong framework, very simple, very complex in implementation, but I think that's what we are here to discuss.
Yeah, Manish.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. I will start with some interesting observation which I had today morning. So, all of you must have heard about Overshoot Day. And this Overshoot Day for this year is 2nd August, which is coming in a week's time. So, what is the meaning of this Overshoot Day? So, there are two terms which we talk, that what is our ecological footprint and what is the Earth's regenerating capacity, or you can call it regenerating biocapacity. So our ecological footprints are almost twice that what the Earth can regenerate, and that's the global one. For some countries it will be higher, some will be less. So it means what is happening is we are using resources. It's actually 1.8 times, but you can say twice than what the Earth can regenerate, or in a sense can sustain. So what it is leading to? It's leading to stress. So that means that stress which you can see across in terms of pollution, in terms of climate change, in terms of many other things which we can't see today. So why it's happening? So the first thing is when the panel was introduced, it was told how much materials we are using and how much we actually need if we want to dwell, because the development is also associated with proper health, education, and actual sustainability in a different manner. So why we are using so many resources? Because we have a linear system. What is a linear system? We extract materials, we use them, produce some products. For running those products, we still use energy resources and produce waste and dump it here and there. Some of that, 20% of that is getting back. So this system is not sustainable for sure because A, we do not have that much material even today because we already are taking material from the future generation. So then the question is, what is circular economy? Circular economy is a concept, a thinking which all of us should have, which basically tells A, produce products and services which takes less material. That means we extract less. When we operate them, there is less resources available, and we also generate less waste. And once we generate less waste, we also should utilize it in different forms so that actually the net waste is very minimal. So therefore everything is getting circular. So this is probably for me the circular economy, and it's a concept for all of us.
Thanks so much. Very succinct, Manish. Let me just go to Roshan. What does it mean for you, Roshan, when I say circular economy?
Well, to me, I come from a waste management background, so it's much simpler for me. But I think what Meenu and you guys have said is outstanding. It covers the circular economy in a great space, in great breadth already. So to me, circular economy is two things. One is we make sure less and less of waste, less and less of resources or material that we use today. Anything that you use, starting from the coffee cup that you are drinking from, to water bottles, to maybe chairs, when you go back home, anything that you use today doesn't see the end of life, which means it's not a waste anymore. It just comes back into the circle, gets used a few more times, and then it sees the end of life after a very efficient usage of it multiple times. Now, there are very innovative ways to think about it. Starting from whatever the cooked food you eat, it smells after the next day. Even that can be utilized really well. So it really doesn't matter what the material is, how bad it is, how already you think it has reached the end of its life. You can use it to build resources that can be used back. So that is one thing. Second thing to me when it comes to circular economy is let perfection not be enemy of the good. By that what I mean is solutions need not be 100% perfect. It's okay. We see that a lot in our system today. When an entrepreneur comes into the sector, they start picking up things that are low-hanging fruits. But at the same time, let's not make sure that, because something is not working perfectly, it's discouraged. That's one of the major problems in circular economy, which we'll have to address, the way we mindset we think. So there are, in my opinion, when I see it, there are 10% of people who are very, very bent upon making this world circular. Amazing. Now a small percentage of those people want a perfect solution to circular economy, which doesn't exist, which can't become about. So let's make sure that any solution we go to is sustainable, means it can sustain itself.
Thanks, Manish. Very practical way in which you're looking at it. Let me just cross to Meena. Now, Meena, you are part of the Eco Habitats, and your initiatives have been really admirable for all of us here. Can you just tell us how small businesses can get into the circular economy cycle, in a sense that how do we contribute, one, and second is what are challenges that you face as a small entrepreneur, and what do you expect from the government? And unfortunately, the government representative is not here, but I'm sure
business, I think any business for that matter, this is a moment of transition from regular, the old school business to a new business that is actually going to future-proof your purpose. I think it's important that we start looking at how to get into this system, because it's not just, currently it might seem like it's a supply push concept, but your consumers and, I work in the construction industry, We are amongst the largest consumers of resources. We are also amongst the largest producers of waste. We have a very large carbon footprint. As a small business, it is easy to be daunted by how to resolve this, but I think we found a way. It took us maybe about 3 to 4 years of ideation, 5 years to prototype an eco-community, and then actually test principles of circular economy. And like Roshan said, of course the solutions are not 100% perfect, but I think we've pushed the envelope significantly. And it's the same for any business in any industry, I think. So it's that moment for prototyping, for testing, for seeing what works. And of course, circular economy builds on ecosystems of support. So which means it's not just as a builder that we have to be conscious, but our vendors, our suppliers, but most importantly, our consumers. We are now seeing a shift in how people are demanding, responsible housing. So I am seeing circular economy as as any business intent, we have to go. Now your second question is what are the roadblocks? I think not too many. To be honest, 20 years ago, if you had asked me this question, I would have said, transitioning is the thresholds were very high. Right now, there's been a lot of innovation, a lot of push. There's a lot of money pushing for innovation. So I don't think those are the roadblocks. Scaling intent is maybe what is very important. Intent to do business that is, people-focused, planet-friendly, and also financially sustainable. What could really make this fast and help small businesses scale up really fast is perhaps an approval system, that kind of incentivizes innovation, kind of pushes for, new ideas to kind of manifest quickly in the market, to be able to test it with consumers, to be able to test it with users, and then, kind of support that speed. Scaling an idea, I think we are in a good place in India that can happen, but it needs that kind of, we cannot use traditional systems of approvals, and I think that is something that would be great if we can get.
Very interesting. Prof has come up with an interesting concept of life cycle analysis. And Munish, you have been, as an academic, I'm sure you are putting it in the student's head, but how do we look at it from the circular economy concept? What is that you see, missing links between the concept and the way in which we are exercising circular economy? Over to you.
Thank you. So let me touch a little bit on the life cycle assessment. So life cycle assessment is one of the important environmental management tool, which basically we look into the environmental impacts, actually all kinds of environmental impacts, from the start to the end, which includes, which we call it cradle to grave, which means when we are extracting the natural resources, and then its operation, and more importantly towards the end, its disposal. So basically life cycle assessment tells us from the very beginning to the end that what is happening in terms of the life of a product before it is generated, or even what happens to after. So what happens in circular economy, there is a lot of talk that, there is a siphoning, there is the accounting is not proper. So what life cycle assessment does is, A, tells us that overall what is in terms of the product, what's happening. B, we can compare one product with another. For example, if you say that we are using A chemical, now we want to shift to B chemical. So there is a question, I don't know what, will it be more greener, what will happen to this? So we can compare them. And third is, we also can find hotspots. So hotspots is like, for example, in a big industries, there are hundreds of products coming in, and products are produced and operation. We sometimes do not know where we should focus on. So that life cycle assessment, because it's a comprehensive tool, it also helps us to find where actually there is a more scope to reduce the footprints. So that is the second component of it. And it also tells us, for example, let's take an example of electrical vehicles versus conventional vehicles. There's a lot of, this is a very hot topic and everyone likes to talk about that. But then, by life cycle assessment, we can understand whether the electrical vehicles are clean today or they will become more cleaner in future, and what would be the extent of cleaning. We should also understand that there is always in environment very important component, which is a shift of the environmental impacts. For example, from climate change or global warming to the water usage or excess energy resources, which if we do not do the techniques like life cycle assessment, that often gets missed. So for example, it may be happening that I can reduce carbon footprint, but I may increase the water pollution. So if we look at with the life cycle perspective, then that means it truly brings us circular economy concern, because we are not ignoring some of the environmental impact, which otherwise we will not be able to see.
Wonderful, very nice. Let me cross over to Roshan now. Roshan, just give us a little glimpse of what you do, what is your days of look like, also in terms of the Bintex research, waste research that you are focusing on. Give us a glimpse of what what is it like, one. And second is, for people who wants to be entrepreneur in this space, what would be your suggestions?
Yeah, so what we do is very simple. All of you produce waste in the households. What we do is we come collect that waste from your houses and make sure that it finds highest value after once it's collected. This is the waste we're talking about. This is starting from your leftover food, which is around 75% of your waste, to remaining 25% of the waste, or sorry, around 20% of the waste, which is all your plastic, paper, metal, glass, which we call it dry waste. The remaining 5% is all rejectables. So we make sure that we collect the dry waste and wet waste part, and make sure that we have value on it, we find value in it, and only 5% which is left over goes to the landfill. That's the idea. Now, when we looked at it, what we were very perplexed to see is that, I think you may all know this, some of you may know this, India does amazingly well in recycling its plastics. It's one of the top countries when it comes to recycling its plastics, because waste pickers who mostly come to your house to pick up the waste find value in it. Any shampoo bottle, water bottle is picked up by them, and then that's recycled really well. The problem is the rest of the plastic, which is all flexible plastics, your chips pack, your chocolate wrappers, and so on and so forth. These are the ones which are collecting the problem. And because we are such a big country with so much of a population, it adds up to a huge number which ends up in the ocean, which gets burnt, which gets into landfill and so on. That's the problem. When we are looking at it, that's the problem we want to address. The value system that exists in the waste. Because one is more valuable, it gets picked up right away. Whereas the other one, which is not valuable, festers on the streets. So that's when we saw what else can we do from the waste. And we realized that waste is a very good reflection of society's consumption. Whatever society consumes is what you see in the waste. Now we wanted to go back and see, can we build analytics, data from waste, and understand what society is consuming. So what we do is we build market analytics from waste and see if we can sell that data and analytics to companies to build better planet, better product, better services, or better packaging. It can be anything, so that it leads to circular economy. Now what it does is, for us in that Bintex, chips packet or chocolate wrapper or a biscuit wrapper, these are the same value as a shampoo bottle or a water bottle. But if you look at it as a material, shampoo bottle and water bottle fetch 40 rupees per kilogram, whereas chips packet and chocolate wrappers cost you 6 rupees to dispose, not fetch you any money. So we are right now changing the value dynamics by valuing the waste differently. And I think we need to look at waste much more that way, even in the wet waste space. That's something that we're looking at as well.
Roshan, I have a follow-up question and to the panelists, but I'll start from you. In the previous session also we talked about greenwashing and what are the ways in which we can monitor. If I come to that topic for circular economy, if I could ask you this question of how do we look at greenwashing, or what are the ways in which we can avoid greenwashing in circular economy space, what would that be?
I have a good example. So understanding what is happening already is very important whenever we look at greenwashing. So if something is already happening and if we claim responsibility for it, that's greenwashing, pretty much. It would have happened even if you had not done anything. So I'll give you one example. There was one corporate company which came to us and then sent us information saying that, hey, today we are distributing t-shirts made from water bottles to all our employees, and that's the CSR program we have. It's amazingly doing well. One thing we had to tell them is, today, 98% of water bottles get recycled into yarn, which is into clothing, and that becomes t-shirts anyway. Even if you don't do anything, that is already happening. By claiming that you are uniquely doing it is, I think, to an extent greenwashing. Maybe you are enabling it to an extent, but it's not having as much an impact. But if you were to come back and tell us that you are collecting all the waste which would have otherwise gone into landfill, which is all your chips packet, chocolate wrapper and everything, and then you're making a board out of it, and using those boards to make furniture for the schools, that's amazing. See, because that's where your money is actually going into making sure that waste is not ending up in the landfill. So I look at it, just one more minute on it, I look at it in a unique impact versus replaceable impact. Which means if whatever you do can be replaced by anybody else, even if you did not do it, I would call it bordering in the greenwashing area. But whatever you do is unique, which means nobody else would have done it if you have not done it. Then that's not greenwashing at all, because that would have actually impacted the planet negatively, and you are actually impacting positively by doing it. That's the way I look at it.
Wonderful. Munish, how do we detect greenwashing from the life cycle assessment that the model that you are developing and promoting? How do we detect that? There's a way.
Yeah, so I like greenwashing actually. The reason is, at least we're talking about sustainability. Someone was telling that sustainability is the most important word which people are searching. So it's good actually, because the first thing about do anything is let's talk about it. If we keep on talking, today maybe just we are lying, maybe not truthful towards the concept of circular or sustainable systems, but tomorrow we will become because we are aware. So it brings a lot of awareness. So you see, anyway, any kind of system you want to have, this kind of problem will always be occur and always will occur in future. But to me, what is greenwashing? Let's talk about what greenwashing is. For example, I have a coal power plant, and 500 megawatt coal power plant will produce 4 million tons of CO2 in a year, let's say, approximately. So how about if I say that, I will plant a tree, and therefore I am taking care of the environment. So this is a greenwashing. If I go to office and my car is in the garage and I walk, that's a greenwashing. But if I walk to my office 52 times, at least once in a week, the same thing I'm doing, but that's not greenwashing, because that is a conscious decision to do the right thing. Now coming to the question, how do we account and measure it? See, life cycle assessment, other tools, there is a very clear methodology which do exist, which have been adopted in many developed countries to measure everything. Actually, it's just a mass balance in simplified layman's language. We know everything what is happening, where the environmental impact is coming. It's a little bit difficult today, it's a little bit expensive today, but it's going to be easier and cheaper today. Let's come to carbon, and because climate change is, people are often talking about. That has been very much standardized in most of the cases as clear-cut methodology which are globally accepted to account it and measure it. So therefore there are ifs and words, we do not know what is happening, but actually if you do proper auditing, proper accounting, there are systems to measure it. Life cycle is one of them. Other accounting methods do exist for that.
Wonderful. Meena, you are in the construction industry, and you have your major experience come from there, and we know a lot happening there, both sides, right? So there are genuine construction companies who are really interested in products which is sustainable, but there's sometimes a lot of cost cutting also happens because the consumer market is very sensitive towards the cost and prices. How do we navigate this, and some experience that you can share with us will be interesting.
I think in our industry, there has been conscious push to become a more green and a more environmentally responsible behavior. We can definitely see it in the commercial spaces. A lot of office buildings and are already pushing there. I think India is going to have the largest number of green buildings in terms of commercial spaces. In residential, however, while there is a push, because the price elasticity is a lot tighter there, we're not seeing that much. But if I were to just jump into that greenwashing thing a little bit, because I think as a product designer, as a community designer, at product level, you should be honest about what you're doing. Right? Is it really a sustainable community? Is it really looking at the well-being of the planet and the people? And also, at the end of the day, it's a business, so it should have financial sustainability. We're not going to question that, but are we doing it the right way? Greenwashing enters when you're trying to use it as a marketing USP or a sales USP. I think our consumers now, both young, our housing consumers are becoming younger as by the day, and they're more conscious, they're more aware, they're asking the right questions. I'm just seeing it as a matter of time before, that they are fully informed consumers and they can spot a community that stands by what it's talking and another community that's using it for hoardings. So I'm seeing a shift and change. There is a lot more to be done. But even within the construction industry, we have frameworks, we have systems of measurement, which report both people impact as well as planet impact, but a lot more to go. So.
Okay, thank you. Manish, let me start as usual, or as group, we cannot solve it. So we need to collaborate. So all stakeholders, be it government, academia, we have practitioners, everybody has to come together. How do you see this spanning out in the space that we are working today in India and the policy framework that we are having? How do you see that? And what are challenges, what are things that you would like to put upon for us to understand and contemplate on that?
And of course, the important people in that aspect always is going to be academia, industries, and NGOs and government, because they probably can drive it in a sense. So there is a lot of opportunities, and there are many examples already for developed countries, you can say, where the collaboration, different types of collaboration has helped us to solve the problem in a big way. For example, you must have heard about Kalundborg Ecological Park, where a cluster of industries has been set up in a such manner that from waste from one industry is becoming a resource for another industry. The industry's transition has been done in a such a way that the industry was added based on the waste generated from the previous industry, and then the steam is utilized, the ash from coal power plant is utilized. So virtually there is a negligible waste generated. So therefore there is a lot of opportunity for industries to come together. So that, what happens, and we talk to industries, and many times industries are only focused on the product and they are not least bothered about the waste. And then it often is the case that that waste, which is a waste from one industry, is a raw material for another industry. But because there is no collaboration, so therefore this becomes a waste and therefore the bigger problem. So there is a lot of opportunity for industries to come together. And then coming, let's say, for academia, so academia has a knowledge in a different manner, but of course they are not industries. But then industries can be helped if they go to, for example, life cycle analysis. If someone wants to know what can be done to a product, which product is a good product, is this the right kind of technology? So we can go to the industry, to the academia, industries can do that. And then in terms of cutting edge research, please do not expect academia to do everything for you, but there are opportunities that there are better knowledge do exist in academia where you can go and collaborate and have a kind of synergy, which is the title of this, where we can generate new technologies which can be implemented and bring in the circular economy. Coming to the NGO aspect, so it may be not possible for individuals to always contribute something. I cannot go and plant tree, I cannot have the work like he's doing or this overall United Way is doing. So therefore we can contribute some way so that these NGOs flourish, and those NGOs who work on sustainable system, they get a little bit edge, because, and maybe the startups too, because many of startups will not find economic or the cost benefit correct in the beginning, because it's not so easy. So therefore everyone of us can collaborate in different ways, and I see a lot of opportunities of collaborations.
Thank you so much. Roshan, do we have any successful example that you can bring forward for our audience here? That is something that we can celebrate, at least small success also.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty. I think a lot of you may already know. So what I'm going to talk about is just from my own experience, what we have done. For example, if you go to, if you drive on ISD road, you will reach the ring road, and if you make a right turn there, there are 3 waste dump yards, and the one in the middle is what Waste Ventures operates. Now, this is a very interesting spot. This is for Vattinagulapalli Mandal, Panchayat. What it does is, it's a very interesting model where government, industry, which is us, as well as people like you have come forward. CSR funding has come together to make a model that works. Now the village segregates waste. and they produce around 1 ton of waste every single day. That is organic waste, wet waste, which is all the rejects from your cooking, leftover food, peels and so on. Now what they want to do is, can we compost that waste? But composting is never a profit-making part. It always costs you money. Government came together and then said, we will give you some space. Now folks like you all came together and then said, we will give whatever is required to build a shed and some tools that are required for composting. That was amazing. Now we came in and then said, we will run this sustainably. Now again, that is where we have to be a little more creative. If we just compost the waste and sell the compost, we will make losses every single day. What we had to do was, we had to come in and then say, we will bring waste from corporate clients, maybe some of your campuses, and then we'll compost the waste, but we'll charge the corporates for the service we render to them. So we are profitable there, we are breaking even, because we charge the corporates. People like you are paying and then giving us a waste to manage that waste into compost. Government has given us the land, whereas folks like you have come forward and then given us a facility. That's for urban waste, because there are corporates. Now let's move to the rural waste. Rural is a bigger challenge, because the waste is not at scale. Even if folks like you came forward and then did put in the infrastructure required, running it on a day-to-day basis sustainably becomes a challenge. I'm talking about even plastic waste, where you can make some money. That is where we decided, actually we reached out to United Way of Hyderabad. We spoke to Madhuvanti and said, maybe can we ask our clients, see, do they need rural data of consumption data, and will that help them? Now we are doing that experimentation where we are hoping that folks like you will come forward and put the, maybe 10 villages, we'll take an example, put infrastructure to collect the waste, and then we come there, bring all the waste to one center and build data from it, and then maybe make it sustainable. So all this will only work if you are collaborating. Urban waste, we can make it work as an entrepreneur. But if you want to work rural waste, it will only work if we all come together, who are in this room, as well as folks like Munish come and help us out as well. Otherwise, it won't work. So collaboration is the only way to go forward.
Thank you. Meena, from your industry that you're working in, construction industry, otherwise also from your experience, can you bring one or two examples or maybe one solution that has worked very well so far and something that we can replicate?
I think, yes, I mean, there are examples in, Norway, in other countries as well, but not as much as we can, because this construction by nature, the speed at which innovation happens, or the speed at which it's a little slower, it needs to be organized more. But what we do, we envision actually to kind of push this change a little forward. It would be great to have something like how T-Hub is, an eco-hub, an innovation incubation center that focuses specifically on green solutions and brings together investors, brings together, innovators, educators, all of them, and then, together we are pushing this forward. We have been speaking about this to different organizations in Hyderabad, and I think that one platform where we collaborate and, we deliberate, collaborate, but most importantly act, and push for that change, I think will bring about a far bigger change. And I'm not specifically talking eco-hub for construction industry. I'm talking about any, environmentally focused solution, be it a service, be it a product, be it a home.
Thanks, Meena. Let me just open. I have about 10 to 12 minutes, but I'll open up for one or two interjections, questions, comments. But please be very brief. Identify yourself and just to the point question, please. And I would at least like to have 3 questions for each of the panelists. Yeah. Can you please pass on the mic, please? Just one second. Hold on, please. Yeah.
Before you ask question, it's nice to see so many hands go up. Hopefully it will be engaging.
Unfortunately, time was given us very short, 1 hour. I would have loved to have at least half an hour more to have discussion, but definitely not. Over to you, sir. Please identify yourself and be very short in answering the question.
Yeah, I'm a Homo sapien.
That we know.
This planet belongs to many other species, right?
Yeah.
But the circular economy just belongs to Homo sapiens.
Okay.
So we create the waste. So are we not talking about, and this question is to you.
Okay, to me. Okay.
Yeah, so why are we not talking about minimalism?
Okay.
So the word FMCG is fast moving consumer product. That means somebody wants us to consume it fast. So the word fast-moving consumer product should be stopped. And coming from ISB, the whole economy will shatter. So the minimalism, is it encouraged or not? Like the other professor, Parul Rishi was talking about psychological, sociological things that have to bring in.
Yeah.
But is there time for all that?
Yeah, so I'm just to very briefly answer. Time is very short, sir, but let me just answer, and I'll also pass on to Munish because this is slightly more of a slightly higher question. But let me just answer this question to you. See, I remember when I was talking about my grandmother. If you look at the lifestyles of grandmothers, and they were not only taking care of themselves, but also people around them, and both human being as well as animals around them. Very simple, small thing. The kolam that we put in South India, right? That is supposed to be made of rice flour, right? And the rice flour is supposed to be given back to the entities who will feed on that one. Very small thing that you are also part of your things to other people who can thrive on your. So the grihasthashram dharma that we had was not only about human being as at all, but also people surrounding you, taking care of everybody around you who is part of your ecosystem. So it's all ecosystem approach. I think somewhere we need to also reflect on our own in the way of modernization. We have actually been now if you look at the kolam, now they are all eat. Right, so I would say that's a very small example, and there are plenty of examples that we will get in our own households. That's one thing I'm a lot more focused actually is on individual than on institution, because institutions will definitely come forward. Individuals' actions are also contribute to that process. That will be my answer to you. But let me also ask Munish if there is any academic way in looking at it.
Thank you for the question. The fast consumer, obviously they want us to consume so that economy grows. And in fact, it's not only the fast consumer product, other products also. You may be knowing that, you buy a refrigerator. Earlier people used to say it's for 20 years, now they're saying it's for 3 years. Because that's how it is grow as an economy, and because which is required. But why not to focus and shift to our economy to green economy? So ultimately, I don't understand much economics, but let me put it this way. So for example, if the government role is to employ people, to give employment, so it doesn't matter whether we give employment in a coal industry or a renewable energy. So why not to shift all the jobs to renewable energies? So that is the way to look into that. And unfortunately, people want more cars, the companies want more cars, and that's the way we want, because we think that's the way to grow economy. But actually economy can still grow if we take the other turn. Grow products which are biodegradable. Maybe there will be some hiccups in the beginning, but in the long run we will win. So I think we can see in that way.
Yeah. And there's a concept of green economy which is also putting forward in a sense that it's not that you're compromising on profit, but at the same time you're also reducing your carbon footprint, your other footprint that is there. So you can grow, you can make profit, at the same time you don't have to harm the environment. That's the part of it. But I'll take up some other questions, 2 more questions.
Yeah.
There's one question. Okay, I'm over to you. Please identify yourself.
I'm Kiranmai Pandyala,
Yeah.
associated with United Way of Hyderabad. So the question is for Meena. She brought up a beautiful point while she talked about socially responsible and relevant from a product design perspective, and she's talking about residential communities. And she also mooted the idea of, you talked about eco-hub. We would love you to expand on it further, because we would love to, on United Way of Hyderabad perspective, take this dialogue forward with the government and the policymakers and see, is there interest? Because ultimately, as we said, it's deliberation, collaboration, but also move to action. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. We've been truly inspired by what's been happening at T-Hub and what it's triggered, the amount of change it's triggered, the people it's brought together, and what's been pushing. Right now, within the sustainability industry, and sustainability as an umbrella, but across industries, there are innovations happening, but they're small and they're siloed, and dialogue across innovators and dialogue across private enterprises who are doing that is not happening. There's no one platform. It's almost like we're Googling each other to find out who's doing what, and we're trying to research on that. That is the one side of trying to find your collaborators, of people with the similar spirit, or people trying to solve the same problem. The second aspect of it is actually getting an incentive for young people to also kind of look at careers and opportunities in this field, because we truly believe that the time to kind of question whether sustainability is important or not is all done and dusted. We are at a moment where we have to act, and we don't have the time to kind of do a lot of research on it. A lot of it is do, test, try, fail, figure out, fix. So if we are in that journey, something like this we believe can push. It will bring the government in one platform, it will bring the innovators, it will bring inventors, and of course it triggers change. And I think that is what we want to do. We do have a much larger document. I would love to discuss about it. It's very
Yeah, thank you. The time is short, so my task was, there's a hands up here somewhere. Yeah, please can you just ask a question?
Hi, my name is Ram from Ecovisor. We provide sustainable alternatives to consumers and also work with brands to improve their sustainability practices. My question is to Dr. Roshan. You mentioned that it costs about 6 rupees when you try to recycle this low quality waste. But you mentioned that once you use data, you can actually data can help resolve this issue. It wasn't very clear how. Could you please clarify how data could help level the playing field?
Yeah, it's very simple. Data is considered 100 times more valuable than the material itself. Now, let's take, I'll give you one simple example. Let's take one truckload of flexible plastic coming only from chocolate wrappers. Yeah, let's take one truckload. That will be a waste that is approximately produced by around 30,000 houses across India. That's the kind of households we collect waste from. Only chocolate wrappers. Your 5 stars, maybe your dairy milk packets. Now, if you were to collect waste data from that and then sell it to companies, you can sell it anywhere between 10 to 50 lakh rupees revenue, right? To the chocolate company, saying this is what is being produced. It could be how to improve reduce their packaging waste. It could be even talk about what's the market dynamics and so on. But if we were to send that waste off today for recycling, it would cost us, for 8 tons, it would cost us around 50,000 rupees. So you're talking a difference of 10 lakhs to negative 50. So that's the difference that data brings in. Because you are earning from 10 lakh rupees from the data, what you can actually do is you can use that 10 lakh rupees and make sure you pay for that 50,000 rupees and make sure that waste is actually not ending up in landfill or anywhere else. So what we're trying to do is we're making more money from waste so that all waste is recycled and repurposed. If that makes sense.
Thanks so much. No follow-up question, please, because the time is short. So just stay there. Roshan, can you just, now that we are almost breaking for lunch, what is one food of thought that you want people to carry from your...
Absolutely. All of you, if you have to take one thing out, go back home and segregate your waste. Right? Anything that, very simple to segregate your waste. Anything that comes from a plant or animal source is wet waste. It's called organic waste because it comes from organic. Anything that is not coming from plant or animals, except for paper, although it comes from trees, is dry waste, which is all your paper, plastic, and glass. Now the third category, anything that can hurt somebody who's managing your waste, like a sharp object, or a syringe, or a needle, or for that matter, diapers and sanitary napkins, which nobody wants to touch. They're all reject waste. Anything that hurts somebody is reject waste. Anything that comes from plant or animal is wet waste. Everything else is dry waste. Go back home and please segregate your waste and give it to your waste picker. He might mix it in front of you to an extent, but then he knows exactly what he's doing. He'll go and segregate it further. At least his life gets better.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Please segregate your waste.
Munish, one take-home message.
Yeah, it's a kind of 3, because there are 3 types of people here. So for individuals, it's very simple. Try to reduce your environmental footprints. Take conscious decision on your transportation, food, and your lifestyle. Try to reduce it, truly try to reduce it. Some Instagram picture of one day biking is also good, but bike often, that will help. Contribute towards NGOs or anyone you think, or these kind of NGOs and other organizations who think who can make change, because individual changes sometimes will be difficult. For corporates, please use your CSR wisely. Use it for R&D. It can be used for R&D. Pay it for environmental developing technologies, and do not expect anything back because it's a CSR fund. Anyway, you should give it. And for NGOs, do something which is more sustainable and truly sustainable. Also estimate whether it's sustainable or not. Thank you.
Wonderful. Meena, we'll clap at the end.
Because Professor has already covered all three levels. I'll actually talk directly to the businesses, and I think if we can, as businesses, what we produce and what we sell, if we can be a bit more conscious of the kind of products we're selling and the kind of products that services that we're offering, if that can be far more environmentally focused, far more people focused, I think that will be great. And the second thing is, this is something that we do internally, and I would love to share that, is that before we create or bring something into the world, I think it is important that we be conscious of what it is and how useful it is and for whom it is and what happens at the end of that. So that brings us to...
Thank you so much. I have only 6 seconds left, but let me just take 30 seconds more to explain to you. So I told you that Hyderabad is producing 85,000 metric ton of waste, and that is 1 kg. Each one of us are producing almost daily, every day, right? I did further calculations. So if you 1 metric ton, if you put it in terms of kgs, about 6,000 kg, right? So about 1,500 square feet house that you're having. Imagine one house getting filled up with 66,000 kg of waste. That is one way we're looking at it. That's the amount of waste that we are generating, and that is everyday basis. So what I'm trying to say here, and I totally support what Roshan is saying, and I do it at my home also, segregate waste, because that's one thing that is very easy to do it. And I actually, all the organic waste I recycle at my home only. So I don't give it to them. I give only inorganic waste which goes off to them. And I have found that 85% of our waste actually is something that you can recycle at your end. So don't send it to the dump yard because it will get mixed there, and that is where the last point I want to say also is about the policy. 25 years before I went to do my PhD abroad in Netherlands, and that time I saw that the regulation was so strong that if you're taking a dog for a walk, the dog's night swallow, you have to pick up yourself and put it in your bag and bring it back to the place where it can be safely disposed. Anything that you don't segregate, 25 years before, you'll have a huge, what I would say, fine which is paid to you instantly, and that the municipal authorities had the power to do that. So I think one more thing which we must work is a very strong regulation which will set the things right for all individuals, because we as individuals we tend to flaunt rules. The jugaad thing comes in. So that's something that I would also like you to carry home, that we must bring in strong policies at least to make our environment safer, both urban and rural areas. With this, I want you to give a big round of applause to all our panelists here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, panelists, for an engaging discussion and your advice, which I hope all of us will follow as well. May I request Mamata Garu to honor the panelists with memento. Thank you so much, speakers. Just one line between us and lunchtime. It's lunch, we break for lunch. I request all of you to please assemble and be seated by 2 p.m. so that we can be on time for the afternoon session. Thank you everyone, enjoy your lunch.
బంద్ చేస్తున్నారు రికార్డింగ్ ఓకేనా ఇట్లా పెట్టేయాలా లైవ్
Has an extensive experience in power plant engineering and system engineering. He has over 32 years of experience spanning plant engineering, project management, system engineering, installation, commissioning, operation and maintenance. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Ashok.
So good afternoon, team. So there was already an introduction of mine, but still, my name is Ashok. I take care of Baker Hughes, based out of Bangalore. So first of all, thanks to United Way Hyderabad for setting aside some valuable time for us to showcase. The project that I'm going to showcase is something which is kind of a beginning to be a flagship for us. We started our CSR journey after becoming a Baker Hughes in 2019. So this was the first ever project, and I'm glad that this project is shaping up so well because it's now almost 3.5 years. The momentum is not lost. So this is a good opportunity for me to share thoughts on the project, and also a good occasion for me to hear from you as well. Yeah, so this is a project that I'm going to talk about. It's basically called as water shedding and carbon sequestration, or soil enriching, you may call. You will understand why we kept this title as I go through some of the slides. So as you know, there is a 1.9 billion of hectare of land is on the verge of desertification, or it's already desert. It's already kind of a desert-like. Out of that, 29% of share comes from India, and we chose a place in northern part of Karnataka. What is basically desertification is when soil has a carbon content of less than 0.5%, it has lost its life, so it's of no use. You'll not be able to grow anything, sustain the growth of crops, yield, and of course a livelihood post that. So that's called as a desertification. And choosing this particular place is also because of this, that how can we having such a passionate team, which is technology team, mixing ancient practices and bringing the technology into the game, and how can we help, or a pilot to start with. That was the thought process to start with, but now the pilot has become a big program for us. So that's where we picked this, and we started this journey way back in 2019-2020. So you can also see some of the pictures that we have highlighted, right? I mean, rainfall less than 400 millimeter, then crop loss, not much of a livelihood, then land degradation. You can also figure that out from just looking at the pictures. So once we identified this, we wanted to make sure that we approach this holistically. So that's where the vision statement is not just a one term. There are make sure that we build up the soil, we build up the water body, and we also bring as much biodiversity as possible. And then of course with all of this, helping women empowerment. Next page, please. Yeah, so this is a pictorial view when we started and how we are transitioning. So the first is the column that you see is a completely degraded land. Okay, and this is where our journey started. The initial understanding of a land, and then our technology team members got into the act in collaborating with some of the entities to get a better, good amount of data to understand the actual land, not only the physical land, but also from a data-centric standpoint. We used many methods to look at the terrain, the catchment area, or where is the possibility of the potential opportunities of sequestering the carbon. All this was done, and then, of course, before we get into the execution mode, it's not only a responsibility of a funding business. Also, not only about the NGO. It's also important to make the farmers part of this journey. So, which was very critical for us, because any one partner not aligned to a shared goal is a possible recipe for the failure. So this is where our team spent good amount of time to make farmers understand why do we do this and what is the benefit that we can achieve over a period of time. So that's how the teamwork started, and then we could have an execution plan laid out, and then you can see some of the activities happening in the actual field. Next page, please. Yeah, so this clearly tells you where we started and where we have landed today. You can see I think the amount of water that we hold is enough indication how the water body is getting built up. And I talked about the biodiversity. So this is where we wanted the farmers to go back to those our earlier agriculture practice to move away from the monoculture and have multi plantations. So that's where you can see we brought in the horticulture aspects to it, then organic, and then the millets mindset. So that's how you can see much more healthy fields and yield going up by about almost 2 to 3 times. The last thing is also very important. I mean, when I said the vision is not just a water shedding is only a beginning. End of the day, we would like to eliminate the inequality, gender inequality, to make sure that our women resources are also part of this journey. So that's where you can see, women, community also started coming together as we started making a progress. So that's where you can see they forming a committee, kind of a community, or part of the governance, part of the discussions. And on the downstream, there are so many roles, responsibilities they could play. So this is just to, pictorially show what has been the journey from when we entered and now. In the next slide, I would certainly like to share some of the statistics to, justify the vision that I started with. So you can see from a soil enrichment standpoint, almost so many watershed, check dams, rejuvenation of the lake bodies, then hillock trenches, swales, based on the terrain that we had, to make sure that every drop, as it is, there is a less of rainfall, and whatever rainfall that we have, whether it's a 200 millimeter on an average or a 300 or a 400, how can we productively capture every drop of water and store it? Because that's the starting point. That is what is going to make our soil enriched. Okay, and then certainly like to highlight on the carbon sequestration of close to 6,450 ton as on date. So this is a hectare completed about 35% of that, and 35% has yielded such a carbon absorption in the land. So as we complete 1,000, so you can certainly imagine 3 times the carbon getting absorbed into the soil. Next page. Yeah, apart from the local impact, certainly this has a larger impact, like from a ESG standpoint, from environment or governance standpoint, and also long-term impact. So there are so many things that have happened, like there is a collaboration happening, there is a teamwork happening, there is a community getting built up, and there is a confidence now that if we are able to implement this kind of a practice, what this practice certainly leads to, because these are, there is nothing like which is document as such. It's something which is live. So it's as people say, saying is always believing. Next page. Yeah, these are some of the testimonials. So there is so much of not only passion. We wanted to make sure that we talk about this as many places as possible. Way that this is one more opportunity to talk about this project. So there are so many testimonials. We had a chance to publish this article in US media, then UK, then Australia. We won award from Times Group in India, and Egypt is basically a energy conference that happens every year in Egypt. So we could, there is so much of appreciation from there as well. And on top of that, when we met Egypt, there is also inclination from Middle East farmers to get to know, and our availability to even provide that consultancy. So that's the kind of impact that we have created. Next page. Yeah. So this is the last page from my side before I conclude. So whatever we learned as a technologist, moving away from our day-to-day turbo machinery design to the to helping conceptualize the way the farming can be done, right from building up the water bodies, soil rejuvenating, and then helping with biodiversity, helping with yield. This is a good template, and not necessarily this is the only template, I would say, but certainly has enough fuel to take this concept to the next level. So it has all the ingredients. Certainly looking forward, this is just the beginning, I would say, because we are looking forward to more such projects, because now we are strategizing our funding towards more and more environmental projects, because no matter how much, what you do from the environment standpoint, it's not enough. So thanks for the patient listening, and so look forward again for any of the projects that are coming up in any part of India. Thank you.
I would now like to call Sridhar Chanduri Garu to introduce the panel discussion on decarbonization through emissions, product development, insurance and banking technology solutions. He's passionate about delivering quality products with customer focus. He feels this is possible by working with teams with a humble attitude and leveraging collective wisdom. He is also the Regional Council member for NASSCOM.
Thank you, Shraddha. Welcome to the post-lunch session. Definitely a good opportunity for all of us to listen to him and the panel and learn a lot about it. Before I get into the topic itself, I want to recap some of the happenings in the morning. Some of you may not be here, or definitely I thought this is a good opportunity. The green finance as enabler, I think that's a great topic where we talked about bringing momentum to decarbonization. That's an excellent conversation. In the building effective collaboration for climate actions, one of the important topics was around awareness across the population, kind of a grassroots engagement. That's definitely important. And critical reflection and mindfulness around the consumption. I think a lot of time we talk about how we can do good things in terms of decarbonization, but from within as an individual, what we can do in terms of critical reflection is equally important. And the third point was around partnership and collaboration as a lever for climate action, and how some of the behavioral aspects play a critical role in this entire story. On the earlier topic around circular economy, prudence definitely an aspect to look at. And I think there was a question from the floor also around creating an eco hub as a viable platform in line with the T-Hub for innovations around ESG. I think that's a good one. I think end of the day it all boils down to passion within alignment across and also a focused execution. That's what I felt as a need to really recap some of the aspects. Coming back to the topic, many of you are aware and we have already witnessed and heard about it. Decarbonization is about reducing CO2 emissions resulting from human activity with eventual goal of eliminating them. So there are two aspects to decarbonization that the panel is going to talk about. The first one entails to the greenhouse gas emissions produced by the combustion of fossil fuels. So that's an area we're going to kind of touch upon. And the second aspect requires absorbing the carbon from the atmosphere by capturing emissions. So these are the two probably broad touch points that we may witness from the panel. With that, I definitely want to invite Dr. Manmohan Kapse garu, and if you can introduce the panel as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The moderator for this session is Dr. Manmohan Kapse. Professor Manmohan Kapse is an architect and urban planner. He's a fellow of the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, India. He's done research and consulting assignments with many national and international agencies. He has authored 2 books, contributed chapters to various books, and published a number of research papers in national and international journals. He has contributed to various reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in various capacities. He's also received a certificate for contributing to IPCC work, the IPCC work that received the Nobel Peace Prize along with Al Gore in 2007. The then Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh, also felicitated Professor Kapse for his contribution to the IPCC work. Please give a warm round of applause to our moderator today. I would now like to welcome the panelists. I first call on Dr. Ram Babu, who unfortunately was away on an emergency but will be joining us virtually. Dr. Ram Babu is a Chief Sustainability Officer at Greenco and has been thought leader in Asian sustainability and climate change movements. His previous roles include Managing Director at Cantor CO2E Asia and Head of Sustainability and Climate Change Practice in Asia at PricewaterhouseCoopers. He has advised ITC, various companies of Tata Sons, and several multinational businesses in preparing sustainability reports and sustainability performance improvement, and has been actively involved in development of BRR-related standards. Dr. Ram Babu has over 30 years of experience in consulting, research, and teaching in governance, sustainability, and climate change. He has led over 200 sustainability assignments sponsored by the Ministry of Environment and Forests, Ministry of Science and Technology, World Bank, UNDP, and various national and international business organizations. A warm round of applause to Dr. Ram Babu. I next call on Mr. Harish Chandra Prasad Garu. Mr. Harish Chandra Garu is a philanthropist, entrepreneur, investor, serving as the founder and chief mentor of Mahalakshmi Group of Hyderabad. He is an active member of the Hyderabad chapter of Young Presidents Organization, an active pantheist and a futurist. His current focus is on addressing climate crisis we are facing during the current Anthropocene epoch. He is a core expert committee member of the Telangana State Biodiversity Board. He was the founding chairman of Greenco, chairman of Confederation of Indian Industry for the erstwhile United Andhra Pradesh. In his stint at the CII, he actively worked with the team in setting up the Center of Excellence at the IGBC. Coming from the power industry, he understands the dire need for sustainable practices, and his current focus on finding solutions both from the industry and biodiversity perspective make him an ideal representative to understand both sides of the world. A warm round of applause for Harish Garu. I next ask Mr. Sai Kishore to come on stage, please. Sai Kishore Garu is a climate finance expert, having experience in designing, developing, and implementing carbon offset projects under multiple carbon standards. He is the executive director at Veda Climate Change Solutions, the first organization in India to deliver carbon revenues to farmers under the Clean Development Mechanism Afforestation Reforestation in 2012 and 2022. He develops projects that not only offer environmental but also social and economic benefits to smallholder farmers and contribute in building climate resilience among the smallholder farmers. He is actively involved in regional, national and international levels, promoting the adoption of emerging technologies in land use-based project development activities. He has authored a chapter on DLT and voluntary carbon markets in the book Governing Carbon Markets with Distributed Ledger Technology, published by the Cambridge University Press. We have a warm round of applause, please, for Sai Kishore Garu. Our last panelist for today is Mr. Satya Mokkapati. He is the co-founder and president of Cosmos Green and Kheti. Cosmos Green builds large-scale farms that act as a sandbox for climate innovations in farms and forests. Kheti implements low-cost farming solutions like greenhouses that help small farmers yield predictability in India. He's a TED speaker, Aspen New Voices and Acumen Fellow. He loves Himalayan motorbiking. Recently, his startup Kheti won the Earthshot Prize, often considered the Eco Oscars, from Prince William, UK. A warm round of applause for Mr. Satya. May I request the audience to also give a warm round of applause for the panel discussion. Dr. Ram Babu, are you with us? Just a couple of seconds.
Hello, Dr. Manmohan Kapchi.
Hello.
Doctor, I am not able to hear you. If it can be...
I am just starting the session.
Yeah, you can hear.
Is it audible to you? No, I am online. Mr. Babu, are you audible? Is he online? Technology issues of connecting. Okay, let me start the session at least by the time he joins. In today's afternoon session, we have an important issue related to climate change, where we will be saying that climate change can be controlled, can be minimized, if we are able to look at our history, think about what we have done, and take actions that would help us in reducing the carbon dioxide, or broadly saying the greenhouse gas emissions. That reduction can be taken from two parts. One, where we don't emit any more emissions. And second, whatever we have emitted, we try to capture it back. The third aspect, which is related to climate change, that is the impact side that we would not be covering today. And that is very often discussed as the threat that we are facing, or the fear perception that is derived out of climate change, is not because of the climate change itself, but how it is going to affect us. In the afternoon session today, we are doing away with that, and we are only looking at the positive side of our actions, where somehow our actions would lead us towards controlling climate change. Getting deeper into it, if we are discussing both the things, that is reducing emissions and capturing emissions, we have many possibilities of time would be sufficient to cover all the aspects related to reduction in carbon and storage of carbon. Let me just give some pointers before we start the discussion, just to tell the variety of options that are available to us. For reducing carbon, we can make use of alternate fuel. Change the fuels so that from fossil fuels, if we move away, we are reducing carbon. Second possibility is change the technology. So whatever we are emitting, we emit less than that because the technology has changed. Third possibility is we improve the existing technology because each technology has got an efficiency. Possibly if we can do more work with the same amount of fuel, for the work produced, we are reducing the emissions. The fourth possibility is we don't demand that much work. We reduce the demand. On the demand side, if we can reduce, then we would not be needing the same amount of fuel, we would not be consuming the same amount of energy, therefore we reduce. The last option is, which we discussed briefly in the morning session, that is we change our behavior. We are not doing anything, sitting in this auditorium. We have set the air conditioner temperature to 24 degrees centigrade. We simply increase it to 26 degrees centigrade. We live with that. We change our habits, thereby we reduce emissions. There are many ways of doing it. Out of that, we would be taking a few this afternoon. And on the sink side also, there are many things that can be done. We can grow more forests, plant more trees. That's the easiest option that we discuss always. It has got multiple benefits. We use biomass. There is a possibility of reducing. Third possibility is we capture the carbon dioxide and put it in the geological deposits. So we carbon capture and storage technologies we develop where the carbon dioxide or the emissions which we have created already are captured and stored. There is a possibility of developing biomethods of capturing carbon dioxide rather than chemical methods. And lastly, we have a possibility of nature-based solutions, where we have ways and means of capturing greenhouse gases and storing them in some media where either we can make use of it or we can store it for perpetuity. I just tried to give you the broadest possible aspect of how big the topic we have in the next 50 minutes. I don't think that all the aspects we will be able to cover. Today we are joined by an eminent panel. We have panelists who have a range of experience in doing these things. So my broad focus this afternoon would be learning from their experiences, what they have been able to accomplish. Can those accomplishments be spread wider so that in different places, different agencies can adopt those, learn from their experiences, thereby contribute to reducing climate change. That would be the focus of discussion this afternoon. First, we are joined by Mr. Rambabu online. Are we audible? Are we audible to you, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. We know that he is an advisor and chief sustainability officer at Greenco. He has long experience in the field of sustainability and climate change. He has done many sustainability assignments. So my question to him first would be, Greenco has done lots of works in replacing fossil fuels. Given that India's primary energy consumption, if we look at the electricity, we have about 55% of it coming from fossil fuels. Our energy demand is going to increase. What are the opportunities that you see in the market for renewable energy? And do you have any ways or means or models in which Greenco or you have been planning to contribute to this big arena of renewable energy? Mr. Rambabu, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this very interesting question, and I'll spend a few minutes sort of providing you the answer to this question. As we all know that the decarbonization essentially involves decarbonizing the energy and materials that we produce. So the necessary steps in decarbonization are electrification, That is, we electrify as many energy applications as possible, then improve their efficiency, then re-electrify. What we mean by saying re-electrify is the electric system, electricity system, be completely renewable. And once we are able to do the energy efficiency and electrification and re-electrification, our electricity system could be significantly decarbonized. But going forward, we also need to decarbonize the energy system beyond electricity. For example, in India, out of all the energy, the electricity is only something like 1/4 of it. The remaining energy systems are, oil and gas and biomass and many other energy systems. So we need to actually decarbonize those electricity systems also. And as we go forward, we also need to look at circular economy because we need to decarbonize the material systems. And going further, we also need to look at carbon capture, utilization and storage and direct air capture and many other options like that. As far as the Greenco is concerned, we focused very early on putting in renewable energy into our electricity system as much as possible. We operate today 7.5 gigawatt of renewable electricity generation assets, and these include, we are technology agnostic. We have hydro, we have solar, we have wind, and being technology agnostic, one principle that we always follow is that one needs to make green sustainable. Making green sustainable means that green solution has to be economically and socially acceptable. Only taxpayers' money and subsidies will not be sustainable on a long term. Hence, we always invested into the technologies that are mature enough to provide affordable and reliable energy or the electricity. And our entry into the solar, wind, hydro are accordingly timed and accordingly located all across the country, very strategically located. In addition to that, one important thing to notice is that as you sort of increase the renewable electricity generation in the electricity system, there will be imbalance in the electricity system because renewable energy gets generated when there is wind, when there is sun, and when there is water. But the demand when the electricity is required could be altogether different to run our industries, to run our homes and run our offices. Hence, it is very, very important as we go along increasing the share of renewable energy in our electricity system, we need to also balance the grid and should create enough capacity to store the electricity and deliver the electricity when it is needed. And that is one reason why Greenco 3 to 4 years ago started looking into energy storage as a solution to increasing the renewable generators into the grid or integrating the renewable energy generators into the grid. Hence, we started exploring first the batteries, and when we looked into the batteries' ability to store and their cost and also their challenges along the life cycle, we reconsidered the battery solution and started looking at more mature technologies, more affordable technologies, and they are fit for purpose for India. India has an excellent integrated national grid. So it becomes very good for India to have a grid-level energy storage systems. Hence, we focused on pumped hydro storage, and we are creating at least 5 gigawatt of pumped hydro storage by 2026. That would offer up to 40 to 50 gigawatt hour per day energy storage capacity, probably by that time the largest in the world. And going forward, we are going to build by 2028 up to 100 gigawatt hour per day energy storage capacity. And this will actually accommodate into the grid. This storage capacity will be able to accommodate into the grid another approximately 100 gigawatt of renewable electricity into the grid. So we significantly contribute to the capacity addition and achievement of nationally determined commitments, NDCs, that India made to Paris climate agreement. Going forward, Greenco also wanted to go beyond decarbonizing the electricity system and wanted to convert these green electrons into green molecules, that is addressing the decarbonizing the energy system, that is the decarbonizing the options like natural gas, etc., etc. And so we started 24/7 firm electricity at an affordable cost at the grid level.
Yeah, thank you very much for your elaborated statement. I'll come back to you with maybe other question when I have heard other panelists as well.
Go on.
So I would request you to please remain online, and I'll come back to you shortly after having discussed with other panelists.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have Satya with us. Moving from understanding how renewable can contribute, I would like to ask you a little theoretical question. Do you think that we have a possibility of nature-based solution being developed that can help us in combating climate change? It's broad, theoretical, philosophical perspectives you can give us. Might be a little difficult, but I would like to take practical questions a little later. And first of all, paint the canvas with what is our understanding about nature-based solutions.
So you invited some trouble for everybody. Now in the afternoon, we are going to talk some data, real data happening across the world, because a carbon molecule in California can travel and get sunk in Sangareddy within 7 days. So that is science. So it's world as one unit we look at when we're talking about climate action. So the excess carbon floating in the atmosphere as we talk today is about roughly 60 gigaton. Let's just call it 60, right? 25% of the solution is coming from or can come from clean energy. This energy transformation that is happening, it's well spoken about. 25% can come from a suite of nature-based solutions. A lot of investment happens, disproportionate investment across the world today happens into energy and particularly mobility, EVs. But sadly, into nature-based solutions, which have the potential to solve 25% of the problem, we barely have 4 to 5% of investments going. To add to this, there are some optimistic facts here. Project Drawdown, if you haven't looked up already, I highly recommend you look it up. Project Drawdown does a highly data-based understanding of 80% of the solutions which are validated as workable are workable today, as in they save costs today and they can save the planet tomorrow. I'm repeating, 80% of the solutions which are validated save costs. About one, we are talking about reducing the emissions, and two, we're talking about creating carbon sinks. There is fairly well accepted science that 96% of our climate solution is in reducing emissions and 4% of our solution is in creating sink. I hope still everybody is awake. Right? A lot of numbers we discussed. Nature-based solutions are so front and center in our fight against climate change. And when I just unpack that nature-based solutions, we talk about regenerative agriculture. Regenerative is not necessarily organic. Regenerative is a model where you are keeping farmers, environment, consumer, all stakeholders, you're taking all of them into consideration and designing a solution. Similarly, we're talking about adding forests. A step before that, preventing deforestation is almost 10% of the climate solution. And even as we talk, there is deforestation happening in different parts of the world. And of course, there are some small islands, small pockets like this state where the green cover we can say is growing, but the global scenario is not that exciting yet, while I hope it should be exciting in time to come. So, nature-based solutions have a big role. The investments aren't happening. Now, bringing all that to context of what we guys have been doing. When we started about 12 years ago, Cosmos Green, we started building large-scale farms which act as sandboxes for innovation for us to build solutions for Bharat. What works in Israel, Australia, Europe may or may not work here. So taking the realities of Indian smallholder farmers, how do you adapt good technologies working in different parts of the world, how do you adapt them to our realities? So we have been doing that. One of the things which worked pretty well, as one of our friends introduced and mentioned about that, is our initiative from our sister concern Kheti, where using 1/10 of an acre, how can a smallholder farmer who barely makes 1 lakh rupees of income per year, how can they grow reliably, dependably crops and ensure that they get to make a good 2x of what they currently make, using 2 to 5% water compared to what they were conventionally using. We are now extending that work even to rice farming. Everybody knows that paddy farming, methane coming out of that, of course, in the larger data context of how much methane adds up to the carbon problem, it's a tiny portion, but still, every bit is important. So we are now starting our work on how paddy farming can happen through smallholder farmers using significantly less water. Our target is 5 to 10% water compared to what is currently being used, and how we can design that. And also we are actively in the process of designing livable bioforests. So I'll just pause here for our other panelists to take over, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Satya. We'll come back to you with more detailed questions, specific questions. Let me move to our next panelist. Mr. Harish Chandra is there. He's worked extensively in this field. We had a discussion on reducing the emissions. The second aspect of our discussion is creating carbon sinks. I would also like to have a broad question to you first before coming to the details. We very often say that this problem is human created. There are natural processes in which nature is able to take care of its own. My question to you would be, how have humans impacted this process? And are there any ways in which human beings can play a role in increasing carbon sinks, especially with reference to afforestation and maybe soil carbon capture? I'm introducing one by one the terms. If you could please focus on these two first. We'll take the questions later. Initially, how human beings have impacted the process or have retarded the natural processes, and can the human beings help in increasing the carbon sinks through afforestation and carbon sinks?
Thank you, Dr. Manmohan. First of all, I would like to thank Rekha Garu, Kiranmai Garu and Sumanna for inviting me and also organizing this excellent program. There is a small disclaimer. I am the second generation polluter. For second generation, we have burnt fossil fuel in my family. So I am repenting now. So from a theist, I have become an atheist, from that to agnostic to a pantheist now. So I strongly believe, sometimes I go rogue, so please pardon me. So when people say that climate change should not happen, but if it doesn't happen, are we here? Because of climate change, we are here today as Homo sapiens. You will all agree, right? We became bipedal because there was a climate change and we needed we needed food. Money comes much later. So we needed food, so we became bipedal. We came down from the trees. Then we were not hunters, we were more gatherers, so stone tools came into picture. Because we were to break the bones. and eat the bone marrow. And eating this high protein bone marrow, our brain developed from habilis, Homo habilis, which was like 600 cc to about 1400 cc today. And when did Homo sapiens evolve? They just evolved like 2.5 lakh years back. We are talking about 4.5 billion years of history. So this climate change really helped us to come here. And there will be climate change in future also. But what we should concentrate is on anthropic climate change. The climate change because of us. And also, we are an observer species. You must have heard about anthropic principle. So we are an observer species. We are the only species in the known universe who observe what is happening. The science is always there. The physics, chemistry, botany, biology, zoology, everything is always there on this planet, on this universe. But we are the only people who were able to decipher this. Because we are observer species, this is called anthropic principle. So, we are the only people who can save this planet, actually. We had 5 extinctions, mass extinctions till now. Probably you know the last one was like 64 million years back, when the dinosaurs disappeared. All these mass extinctions happened because of natural calamities. Either meteoric strike or volcanic eruptions or, axis changing of the earth, something like that. So these are, and we as an observer species today have science and technology to even control that. There were movies on that, right? They try to go on, sit on a meteor and try to divert that, hitting us. So we have the technology today to use it to control some of the natural calamities that will happen to us. But we are not concentrating on that. We are concentrating on polluting, on doing anthropic climatic changes on this planet Earth. And the problem is, in one generation you don't see the change. This is a very slow process. Changes are happening. But it is called there's something called revert Popper hypothesis. Some of you might have heard about this. So in a plane, the reverts, if you remove one revert from a chair, it's okay. If you remove all the reverts from the chair, it's okay. But one revert on the wing probably will damage it. So that is where we are heading now. With one small change, probably it is irreversible. Today we still have time. How much time? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. We don't know. Did we expect these floods? Did the world see a month back highest temperatures recorded? No. So things will change drastically. So sitting here and discussing, about climate change and all that is going to damage everything. So I decided that the Mahalakshmi Group will, and as a family, we will dedicate considerable amount of our savings onto this issue. And also we have people here from my company who are into water management, how to save water, and also into CBG, compressed biogas, creating methane gas from agriculture waste and so on and so forth. Also, my career as a power guy, my revelation happened nearly about 20 years back probably. So that's how when these 2 young boys came from UK to set up a company here called Greenco, I mentored them. I was their first founding chairman, and today they are the principal sponsors of this program. I'm also happy to see them sponsoring such programs. So I personally feel that there is a lot that we can do, and we can do. We can protect this planet, and there is no other planet, by the way. So let us think about it, let us concentrate, contribute as much as we can, and like I was asking a question in the morning, we should become minimalists, we should become pantheists, There are, we learned agriculture about 10,000 years back, which was called Holocene epoch. From 1960, we call it Anthropocene. It's not yet officially said, but anthropic epoch. So, which is like from 1960, and we are drastically damaging this planet. And this is the only planet we have. I think we have to contribute to in whatever fashion you can. I think in my next question, I will be talking about what we are trying to do as Harishchandra Prasad and as Mahalakshmi and as my family office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harishchandra, for giving us a very broad perspective of how humans have caused this problem and having that faith that humans can solve this problem. The biggest thing that we have in our hand is having this confidence that any problem that comes our way, we should be able to solve it and we should make an effort of solving it. Thank you for elaborating on that. Moving on to our further discussion. We have said that all these problems are being caused by our need and demand for energy. Very often one sector which is discussed for any kind of impact is agriculture. It is often seen that nothing much can be done in agriculture because there are so many people involved that centralized decisions cannot be taken. For industries, for power sector, for transport sector, we have initiatives, we have policies, we make efforts that somehow emissions coming out from these sectors should be controlled. Agriculture is one sector where we find it difficult. And we have Mr. Sai Kishore with us. And I would like to ask him, do you think that there is any possibility of developing ways where we can reduce emissions from agriculture, plus the actions at the same point in time should be beneficial for the farmers? Also highlight some of the financing mechanisms, because that is more important for us, because when we are discussing about small and marginal farmers, the finance comes in the way of taking any actions if it is not adding to their additional income. If it is required to invest additional amount, then no such action should be popular in farming sector or agriculture sector. Over to you for sharing your experiences in this.
Thank you, Dr. Manmohan. Agriculture sector, everyone knows that it's contributing around 23% of the global emission pool. Having said that, we are seeing green shoots when it comes to agri sector specifically. When you talk about practices, there's a program that is ongoing in the state of Andhra Pradesh, where we are seeing if people move away from synthetic fertilizer usage, there is a drawdown effect that is being witnessed when it comes to carbon sequestration. Now, having said that, for scaling that up, the finance comes into play. So, to talk about the regenerative agriculture practice or natural farming that is happening, it is leading to the avoidance of fertilizer usage, which by itself can lead to offsets. And secondly, because of bioinoculants that are being pumped into the soil, biological inputs, it is leading to increased soil porosity, thereby increasing the soil moisture retention. By virtue of this, it is reducing the water demand. The water stress is also going down in the farmlands. So that again leads to reduced energy demand and thereby, carbon emissions. And thirdly, the soil health is going up. So these are three components which we are witnessing that are coming up. And apart from that, looking at agroforestry systems, when it comes at the farm level, to build in agroforestry systems rather than just relying on pure agri systems is enhancing the carbon sink. And climate change from a farmer point of view, as you rightly said earlier, for us it is a lifestyle choice. We can change the temperature and adjust our lifestyles to meet the changes. But from a farmer point of view, it is their livelihood. They are losing their livelihoods if any changes or abnormal weather events happen.
So how are they going to be able to withstand those shocks until and unless they build resilience in their farmlands? So that's what we recommend and that's what we do to build the resilience and diversify not only the cropping patterns and also looking at the tree systems. Rather than going for monoculture systems, we recommend the farmers to go for multi-layer species. Also highlighted. So looking at multi-layer systems so that the resilience is built. Even if one crop fails, the farmer can survive. And on top of that, the carbon revenues need to come into play. That's where we have quantified and delivered the first carbon project, wherein we have identified degraded lands and recommended those farmers to undertake tree growing activity in those degraded wastelands so that we can quantify and measure the carbon that is getting sequestered. And we have successfully released the revenue. We sold the credits to the Biocarbon Fund of the World Bank, generated the revenue. 80% of those revenues flow back to the farmers, 20% to meet the project development activities. So that is a model which we foresee where the farmers' livelihoods need to be supported in this transition. Financing mechanisms wherein their livelihoods, if there are any changes or drastic weather events that happen, can be mitigated or at least supported through this carbon financing systems. And that is a win-win for the corporate sector also. They can benefit from not only offsetting the carbon footprint, but also look at it from a social angle, that they are contributing towards the welfare of those farmers. So when we talk about the ESG, that you can help the farm at an international level, we can propagate it towards this direction, then whether it becomes a business case or is it a CSR initiative.
Thank you. I can see that one aspect of it is we do not have solar and wind the time when we need it. So we need to store it and use it if we want to make it 24 hours. In addition to that, there are other renewable technologies which would help us in coming up with integrated renewable. So would you like to throw some light on other efforts of integrated renewable where we can make use of maybe hydrogen energy or other possible renewables, put all of them together so we have a possible sustainable solution which is not constrained by the demand and availability gap. Mr. Ambavu, please.
Thank you. Thank you for this question, and part of the answer that I have already covered while speaking before, but I'll take it forward from there. And I just want to emphasize, because we progressed quite into the discussion on decarbonizing our production and consumption systems. So it is absolutely important to decarbonize the complete production and consumption system, and need to decarbonize it urgently, because our path towards net zero, the trajectory towards net zero actually will determine how much carbon budget that we have consumed. So it is not enough to get to net zero by 2050, but the way that we go towards net zero, by 2050, the trajectory is also very, very important. So we cannot wait for many solutions to emerge and then apply them, because the total budget that gets consumed by waiting for the solutions to emerge, will be that much more, and some other irreversible reactions will set in the climate change, and that will make achieving the climate mitigation and limiting the global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, will be that much more difficult. So it's absolutely important to adopt the technologies that are already available and scale them and actually take it, apply them at a mega scale to achieve at least first 40-50% of the emission reduction, so that the action in future beyond 2030 is that much less. So it's very important to take urgent action And that urgent action at a level, at a large scale level, so that we will be able to change systemically many things much earlier, much before 2030.
Right. Thank you very much.
So it is in that respect.
I'll have one. We are running out of time, so I'm taking quick questions to everybody. We have about 11 minutes of time left. So thank you for giving that answer, but I would need to somehow, an online connection, it's really difficult for me to keep time. I'll come back to you again if there is any specific question addressed to you from the audience. I'll just move to the next panelist. One theoretical aspect still remains, and which bothers me when we are discussing this capturing of the carbon. Associated question is on biodiversity. And I would like to come back to Mr. Harish Chandra on another theoretical question. He has answered one theoretical question very well, where complete contribution of the human beings, and when we come back, how human beings can solve the problem. Another theoretical question is on how biodiversity plays an important role in the climate change arena. And do we have a possibility of linking of capturing of carbon to the availability of biodiversity?
Thank you. So, I think biodiversity is one of the most important things in capturing, sequestrating carbon dioxide. But more important is when we talk about biodiversity, we talk about greening of the planet, right? But that's just the beginning. Like photosynthesis is the beginning. Through the sunlight, the leaves act and do the photosynthesis, and then they capture the carbon dioxide and make it into carbon and put it into the earth. What is more important is how much the rhizosphere has become rich with microbial life. That is biodiversity. And that is what we are trying to target in a project that we are doing. It's a non-profit project. It's called Dharmavana Nature Ark. It's a 400 acres biodiversity park, outskirts of Hyderabad. Hopefully very soon we will be getting the BHS or OECM. BHS is the national level biodiversity heritage site tag, or the OECM tag, which is the UN tag. So our CEO is also here. We are working very hard. I have a partner who has come from US and settled down here, and together we are trying to develop this biodiversity park. It's taking a lot of effort. It's not just, I can't just plant trees. I have to also plant trees in a planned manner and, plants in a planned manner, and they have to become trees. I just want to give you one take-home point here on the biodiversity. Biochar is the most beautiful thing that we can put into the earth. Please remember this. A biochar is like Jubilee Hills and Banjara Hills for microbial life. They love to be there in that biochar. It is their abode, and they will survive. And a biochar, if you once make a biochar and put it into the earth, it will stay for thousands of years. So this is one take home as far as the biodiversity is concerned. There are various multiple effects, and because of the farming that we are doing with synthetic fertilizers and all the things that we are putting into the earth, today we have reduced the microbial life, the rhizobacterial and fungi and all those things have gone down, and we are only left with 60 cycles of agriculture left on this planet. That's it. After that, we have to survive only on artificial fertilizers and pesticides. So this is proven science, so we have to work on it. So biodiversity is the most important thing, not just for carbon sink, but also for the rhizosphere, because we share our planet. Just take a handful of earth, which is full of a good rhizosphere. It has microbial life more than 8 billion, more than the human population, just in a handful. So 25% of the living organisms on this planet are in the rhizosphere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we have diverse aspects where we are discussing about possibility of capturing carbon. We are running out of time, but I would not stop myself from asking this question, which is really very important. We've been till now discussing about green carbon. There is something called blue carbon as well. And I would like to put this question to Saiki sir. If you could highlight the possibility and the role of blue carbon.
Thank you, Mohan. Blue carbon is coming up now, like what we have seen in the deforestation sector, like maybe 20 years back. Blue carbon is gaining momentum because to conserve oceans, it's not just the ocean side we are looking at. When we talk about blue carbon, it is the the mangrove and the marshy land region.
I think we have almost since you have and from today's discussion. Would you help us maybe listing 3 or 4 broad actions that you would like to suggest for Telangana state or for climate change arena in general in the discipline of reducing carbon and storing carbon? Not exactly a prioritized list, but
toxic optimists by seeing the planet burn and saying, yeah, something needs to be done, but well, I'm not going to do that, and I'm going to let that burn, but I'm still hopeful that somebody will put that fire off, right? There is a lot of toxic optimism in that sense, which needs to get off, and lot of this blah 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 has to convert into action. That is where, people who know that by taking an action, it might mean that we are cutting off our revenue stream, or we are probably incurring more cost, compared to what we were incurring in the past. These actions people don't take, and only blah 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 happens. That's where, this change has to come, right? The second thing is in terms of honesty. When you talk about carbon credits, my friend Sai spoke about it at length. I just had a brief chat with him before coming here. The numbers in terms of nature-based solutions which work for farmers in terms of these are sad. And he agreed with me on that. They are today a little terrible. Dare to go and tell a farmer in a village of your choice that, hey, do this practice for 1 year in 1 acre of land, and this will give you 150 rupees of benefit at the end of the year. The farmer, are you kidding me? Right? So I do something for 1 year in 1 acre of land, and a good practice has an incentive of 150 rupees. And that is the credits we are talking about. So this is where I think we need to be honest with ourselves as to what are we measuring. Thanks to this green credits which the government is talking about, well, there is a long path before they become a reality, but I hope we start becoming more sensible. We have to incentivize good action. Incentivizing good action happens when incentive is sensible. Incentive cannot be a joke. And today, the carbon credits in the nature-based solutions arena are nothing but a joke. If we walk away with this honesty, then we probably will make more strict action, we'll take more urgent action, because it's not mudslinging on each other. It is just about the shared urgency that we don't have much time, we need to actually act on this. And the last point is, governments can talk, continents can talk, United Nations can talk about 2040, 2050, 2070, all of this, excellent. But we can't forget that there are people who live meal to meal. Their plans are meal, today's morning plan of meal versus today's evening's plan of meal. We can't forget that we still have, even in a global context, 2 out of 7 billion population or 8 billion population who still struggle with that. And even in Indian context, we have a good 20 to 25% who have that struggle at different degrees. In this, we have to be sure that not only is the decarbonization important, not only is the carbon sink important, but all this has to come down to the people who today have very less voice on a platform like this, but who struggle because of actions taken or not taken in forums like this and many more forums like this. So I hope our collective action actually goes to the last mile to help people whose voice is largely unrepresented in large forums.
Thank you, Satya, for giving that broad perspective, especially from the people's point of view, that though climate change is a big problem, there are more pressing, urgent problems, and those need to be resolved. Only then climate change would become, a solution to climate change would become a reality. The floor is open for questions. We can have one or two, maybe quick questions. I'll try to make it 3 if the time permits. Any question from the audience, please? And if you can also mention to which panelist this question is directed. Please introduce yourself before asking the question.
Hello, I'm Ramesh from Ekalavya Foundation. See, there are two streams of efforts that's going on, I believe. Number one is what we talked about, mitigating the climate changes, right? All the aspects and dimensions that we talked about are all about mitigating part of it. But there is another dimension. See, mitigation happens, perhaps we're talking about 2050. Till then what happens? So how do we have to adapt to those next 30 years? I think we haven't talked about it. Not much is, I'm not sure whether anything happens in that space. Like in terms of how do we adapt to the changing world, the new order of the world.
I tried introducing that at the beginning of the session itself.
Thank you.
That these are the two specific aspects of dealing with climate change. Either we reduce so that the climate change is controlled or does not happen. And second is facing the impacts. And the scope of this session's discussion was not on the impact side. That's a completely independent arena of actions where what would be the impacts of climate change that we need to foresee, forecast or estimate. On that also then when we discuss about, though it's out of the scope of this session, but I work on the impact side also, that's why I'm elaborating on it. The possible actions are either preventive, so that the impacts which we are foreseeing does not affect us. Then there are certain possibilities of making our infrastructure or systems so stronger so that they are resilient if the climate change impact happen. That's the second part of action. And the third part of action, if it is damaged, then how do we repay for it? That is the insurance or reinsurance side of it. So impacts is a completely different discussion on climate change. In today's discussion, we did not cover that. So to get a complete picture, it is necessary that we discuss impacts as well. I agree with you. Any other question?
If there are no other questions, I just have one announcement to make. So we are ready to finance, there are a lot of startups here, so we are ready to finance any startup that follows Ikigai in climate sciences.
It would help if we could also enlighten us about Ikigai so that the startups know whether they are following this or not.
They have to. As being a startup, they have to find out what is Ikigai. Write it down, go through the website, and find it.
A Japanese technique, a Japanese technique very often talked about has got a very specific process of doing it.
I think I'll follow Harish Garu's footsteps in this regard. If there is anybody who is thinking about who has a large piece of land, you want to use that for climate action, happy to talk about it. We can co-build an innovation hub which is based on market-based model. So it's not something which is expecting a philanthropy from your side. Right? Happy to have those conversations after this.
Okay. Just to add to the point about carbon credits, they are much marling, but unfortunately that is the only carbon finance mechanism which has been able to mobilize finance, especially from the developed world, towards project in the developing world. As on date. That's the only thing which is providing some kind of finance. So, having said that, the carbon revenues at the farm level. See, this comes from the if they are doing something in addition to what they are, but it's not conflict. Yeah, I mean, there is better revenues what we have seen. We have delivered. So having delivered those revenues, I can promise that if you are talking about pure agri sector, because the carbon sequestration potential is less, because it's an agri system. If you are looking at agroforestry or a tree-based system, the carbon sequestration values are high proportionate to the regulation. Thank you.
Yeah, you have, please.
Many times when we are looking at solutions, especially with the kind of people with whom we work, in the renewable energy space, it's mostly solar is what being talked about. Irrespective of the products that we are using, the source of energy is only solar today. Are there other solutions? Because we know the limitations of solar as a power supply system as well. We know there are other alternative power solutions, it could be wind or other things. Are there technologies that are being introduced today, are being developed today, which is available for smaller and domestic consumption apart from solar? And this is to Rambabu Garu.
Rambabu, are you able to get that question? Mr. Rambabu? Was the question audible? It doesn't seem to be. Maybe I'll take that question.
I can answer on behalf of Greenco as past yet. So there are other solutions other than just solar. One of them that Greenco is looking at is molecules. Hydrogen, ammonia and all that. So with fuel cells, you do green hydrogen using solar and wind. And that's one way of doing things. The other way they are looking at is energy storage through hydrogen, through hydro turbines. So they will have reversible turbines, they will run the turbines when the water is there in the reservoir. When it comes down, it will pump back, called reversible, reversible turbines they are called. They pump back the water using the solar and wind power. And again, whenever there is no demand, it will stay up there. So you are storing energy in the form of kinetic energy. So just conversion. Energy is nothing but conversion. Heat energy, kinetic energy, static energy. These are all conversions. So I think future will be more like the cars will be moving, for example, with just atmosphere. They will capture atmosphere. From the atmosphere there is water vapor. In the water vapor, they will break the water vapor in electrolysis and take out the hydrogen, run the fuel cells, and the car will be looking as if it is just running. I'm just saying, It will happen, but let us keep the planet safe before it happens, right? It looks like we are going to destroy it before that.
Thank you. We had a strong panel which had a variety of experience in different disciplines, come from variety of backgrounds, and have very strong different thoughts that we could see very easily that everybody in his domain has very, very clear, strict opinion. What brings them on a common platform is the concern for the planet. Though the opinions on how to do it might be divided, but we are united at least on one aspect, that any action that we are going to take forward is a step towards reducing climate change, putting these different thoughts together on one platform so that what we take back is a spirit of action where we act individually, where we act as a community, where we act socially, where we expect corporates to contribute, and where we think that government would support these initiatives through policies. Unless until we meet all these, I don't think that we will be saving our planet. Thank you very much for this enlightened discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. May I request Sridhar Garu to please honor the panelists with a memento. Based on afforestation by Salesforce. Leading the presentation is Geeta Krishnappa. She's the Senior Project Manager at Salesforce, President of EarthForce India chapter, leading sustainable initiatives, and has always been a CSR champion. From her leadership and cohort of like-minded leaders, she's leading and executing initiatives with a vision to make Earth more greener. Her most recent initiative was to lead a tree plantation drive in Hyderabad to plant 1,000+ trees. Please welcome Geeta.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's evening. Thank you so much for the very warm welcome. Moving on to the next slide. So, I would like to take a special moment to first thank United Way for inviting Salesforce to be here to share our story of sustainability. So my special thanks to United Way and also to Salesforce for trusting people like us to represent what we do for the earth. With that, I would like to start the story of Salesforce and its presence in the world of sustainability and the impact, maybe little when compared to what I hear from most of you here, to the earth. If you can please move to the next slide. Thank you. So with gratitude to all of you for being here, moving on to begin with our story. Salesforce as an organization is very strongly invested in sustainability, and Salesforce to an extent that it has 4 core values, and in the recent times, the 5th core value of Salesforce is sustainability. This is the importance of sustainability that Salesforce has at an organization level, and being a founding partner of 1t.org. If you could please go to the previous slide. The one after this. Okay, if that's okay, I'll continue with the story without the slides now. With the circle there. Sorry. Yes, thank you so much. So I really wanted to bring this slide up because this kind of summarizes what Salesforce as an organization is doing to the earth. So as a founding partner of 1t.org, the first thing is Salesforce has pledged to grow 100 million trees by 2030. So that is our commitment to Earth. Not limiting to 1t.org alone, we also have several initiatives like, for example, we invest in nature-based solutions, and we invest much more in restoring the biodiversity. So in the next couple minutes, I'll share our stories of how we are walking the talking that we do. But if I double click on this slide, Salesforce believes that although we have several other things to cover, the heart of achieving all of these is people. So when I double click on that, I would like to go to the next slide where I would like to talk about EarthForce. And EarthForce is that dedicated group at Salesforce which is committed to make Earth a better place to live. So this is our job over and above our day job to empower each of our stakeholders, be it our customers, our partners, our employees, or anybody in the Salesforce ecosystem, empower them on how we have to adopt sustainability as a lifestyle. Moving on to the next slide, please. Alright, so I would like to take a moment to talk about some of the initiatives we focus on, which is 1T.org, we already spoke about, biodiversity restoration. And then the third one that I mentioned here, it's actually a bigger monster and a bigger elephant to handle, awareness. That is one area where Salesforce is very deeply invested in. And we believe in partnership. And partnership with United Way of Hyderabad and many other like-minded NGOs is empowering us to create a bigger impact in this space. If you could please help me with the next line. Sorry, it's not the Q&A. I have more stories to share. One before this. Okay, so I'll blame it on Bhushan for not picking the latest slide, but I'll continue with the story to share. So what I would like to share going forward is, yes, we said we know our values and we know we have a dedicated set of people working on it. So now what are some core things that we're doing? So when I say 1T.org, 100 million trees, how are we achieving it? Nearly every other month, Salesforce organizes tree plantation drives in close collaboration with non-profit partners like United Way to plant several trees. And as I speak today, as of now, from the beginning of the year, we have planted 4,000 plus trees. And that's not the story at all. It is not only Salesforce employees, but we bring together our partners, we bring together our customers and the entire ecosystem. And why are we trying to do that? And going back on the third point, I had awareness. We need to imbibe that awareness that we have to build a better tomorrow if we have to have a sustainable lifestyle. So on those lines, tree plantation is one of them. And then the biodiversity restoration. So last year, Salesforce adopted a really barren lake in Bangalore. And we have rejuvenated it to an extent that it is now completely, I would say 360-degree biodiversity is there. We can see a lot of trees, there's water, there's birds, there's microorganisms, so many more around. And we continuously do the tree plantation around the lake that we have cleaned up. So it's not a one-time activity, it's a continuous practice that we have. Apart from that, what is it that me and you can do every day? So we organize regular lake cleaning activities. Again, the hidden agenda here is to create awareness in the communities we serve. So we have regular lake cleaning events where we clean up the lake. Plus, we also educate the people around the lake on why they should not be adding what they're adding today to the lakes. So that's the most difficult part though. So that's something we do. Apart from these, which are Shamadan, in-person activities, what we also do is we have several in-person sessions on sustainable commute. There are several practices for a sustainable commute to wherever we go. Sustainable menstruation practices. How many of us do that? There are several ways to sustainable menstruation. And sustainable celebrations. What do we all do with the flowers after a huge event? We do not know. So we collaborate with people to bring in those stories and share to create awareness and make an impact. So having said that, with again a deep gratitude and a huge shout out to Wasim and Bhushan for being wonderful partners, what is our journey with United Way of Hyderabad? So it kind of started in 2019 with a lake cleaning activity. And what I've called out here is only the events that is related to sustainability, only a handful of events here. However, from the time we have collaborated with them, as of today, we have 84 plus events through United Way of Hyderabad, and I think they deserve a huge round of applause for being wonderful partners in the space of sustainability, plus all of the educational initiatives that Salesforce has organized. So they're just great. We did not stop, so we had several tree plantation drives, and as part of Green Telangana initiative, we had collaborated together. It's an ongoing journey. But what I would like to give a special shout out is the collaboration Salesforce and United Way of Hyderabad had during those pandemic times by setting up the migrant worker helpline. So huge kudos to the team for coming together and helping us come together to create that common platform to help the migrant workers go back to their respective places. So I'm very sure they must be very thankful as of today to United Way. So that has been our journey, and it will continue for more days to go. Moving ahead, I would like to share the impact that we're making through some of the initiatives that we have. So, Bhushan, if you could please help me with the next slide. Alright, so what you can see on the pictures that it is not just we wearing our corporate tags and taking pictures. We engage, we bring in awareness, and we involve families and kids and everybody around, because the ultimate goal is awareness on why we have to do what we have to do now. So we have kids join us for the plantation drives, and the picture on the left is from a recent plantation drive near Dongalamaisama temple. We planted 1,000+ trees, which is not too far. It was 2 weeks ago. We had a plantation drive, and the other picture that you see here, like I said, we focus more on biodiversity. It's not about planting a tree and forgetting about it. So there was a dedicated plantation drive to build a butterfly park, because butterflies are almost extinct as of today. So we had a dedicated plantation drive that would bring in or increase the population of butterflies. And what you see in these pictures is, if you see the energy and passion that people bring to a plantation drive on a Saturday morning at 7 a.m. That is what this picture calls out there, where we had a group of people join us, and kids very actively participating. And the other picture that I have is how we engage the local communities, the villages around, and the local leaders around when we were working on, when we initiated our biodiversity project. So that's a picture from the Bhumi Puja, and I actually wanted to bring a video of how it is looking today. I couldn't do that, but this is our story from Salesforce on what we are doing to in the sustainable world, and this is our story with United Way on how they are our wonderful partners to achieve our goals, as sustainability being our 5th core value. So I think your opportunity is now. We call ourselves Eco Warriors, so you're all welcome to be Eco Warriors. So with that, and with thanks to United Way, I call it a stage.
Thank you, Geeta. May I now request Rekha to close today's session with her vision for United Way of Hyderabad, work on environmental sustainability, and what she visions the way forward.
I think we started yesterday evening a little later than this, and today we are almost towards the end of the 2-day kind of a program that we had put together. Very engaging discussions, especially the panel discussions. I think we as an organization have had a lot of takeaway. It has, the entire process of building this program together has got us closer to many individuals and organizations with whom we would like to collaborate and work together. So as an organization, we see a great future, great opportunity of how we can take this work forward. Looking forward to each one of you to collaborate with us in fulfilling our individual dreams and also the larger goals that we have towards environment. Currently, we are working on 4 streams. We are working on promoting renewable energy, finding solutions to the poor of how they can access renewable energy sources. We are looking at waste resource management. We are looking at how we can improve the urban flooding kind of an issue that we have in most of the cities, and also looking at increasing the green cover. So these are the 4 areas where we are working, but through these sessions we have understood that there is much more that we can do. and also probably bring in more innovation and more depth into the kind of programs that we are doing. We are happy to take feedback. We are happy to collaborate with each one of you to take this work forward. Thanks again from bottom of our heart on behalf of United Way of Hyderabad for being with us in this entire process of deliberating, collaborating, and we will take action in future. Planning for one more slightly smaller kind of a discussion in the month of September, again on sustainability. As part of our closure to the SYNERGIZE concept that we came up in this financial year, the idea was to work on all the three components of ESG. We started in January on diversity, equity, inclusion, and now we are having one on environment sustainability. In the month of October, November, we are looking at hosting another SYNERGIZE event around governance issues. But beyond that, in between, there is a lot of synergy that is being created through this platform. We will not let it down and we'll take it forward. Thanks again to each one of you, especially our partners, InkTalks, Shraddha and Prerna, for being with us for 2 days continuously in co-creating this program. To both our sponsors, without whose support, we wouldn't have been able to pull this program together, Greenco and SSNC. And then Raj and his team for relentlessly putting this entire and creating. Everybody has complimented about the kind of atmosphere that has been created here. A large part of it goes to Raj and his team, and also our media partners Boxcar and Red Matter Technology. And to Novotel for allowing us to host this event in this place. And not last but not the least, the engaging stall, the NGO partners, for-profit organizations who have come up and set up the stalls to display their work with us. Thanks again to each one of you for being here. We hope that this partnership continues and the synergy is taken forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rekha. Thank you, all of you, for being a lovely audience. Before we officially close the day, as Rekha mentioned, please do take time to look at the lovely stall exhibitions that we have put up for you. We have topics ranging from energy, waste, sustainable food systems, lifestyle. Please follow the United Way team and they'll lead you through the stalls. We now have 2 master classes, Maximizing the Impact of Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting by Afzal Khan in halls 2 and 3. We have Navigating Carbon Market Regulations by Apurva Mitra in this hall, and we will begin in 15 minutes at 4:15. Thank you everyone and have a lovely evening.
లైవ్ బంద్ చేయాలి బంద్ చేయండి లైవ్ చూసా